Hey there, Steve. You want to do a mic check?
How am I working?
You sound great. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to go back on mute until your item comes up, that'd be great.
Okay, I never had the option to, but now I do.
You do. Yeah, it's set up a little bit weird. I had to like unmute you and it's a whole like a two-step process, but now you can mute and unmute as you need.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Hey, Brett, you want to do a mic check? Sorry, buddy. Now you want to do a mic check?
Mic check, check, check.
Sound good. Thank you.
You bet.
Hey, Steven, you want to do a mic check?
This is a mic check.
Sound good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey there, Jenny. You want to do a mic check?
Sure, can you hear me?
Sure can. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Hey, Nicole, you want to do a mic check? Nicole, we couldn't hear you if you tried.
Can you hear me now?
Sure can. Thank you, Nicole.
Yep, sorry about that.
You're good.
Good evening. Welcome to the July 26, 2021 meeting of the Shawnee City Council. I'm Mayor Michelle Disler. I'll be chairing this meeting. I'll do a roll call at this time. Councilmember Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Zimmerman.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Present.
Councilmember Kemmerling.
Present.
Councilmember Larson Bonnell.
Present.
Councilmember Nappen.
Present.
Councilmember Constance.
Present.
Councilmember Chafee.
Present.
Thank you. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, I'd like to explain our procedures for public input. During the meeting, I'll offer the opportunity for public input. If you'd like to speak to the council at any of those times, please come forward to the designated microphone. I'll ask you to state your name and address for the record, and you may offer your comments. So that members of the audience can hear your comments, I'd ask that you speak directly into the microphone. By policy, comments are limited to 5 minutes. No person may speak more than twice to any one agenda item. Only comments related to city business are permitted. Comments and remarks that are personal, impertinent, or slanderous are not permitted. Disruptive acts are not permitted. After you're finished, please sign the form on the podium to ensure we have an accurate record of your name and address. Additionally, comments can also be submitted to the entire governing body via email at governingbody@cityofshawnee.org. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Does anyone have any items they'd like to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion has been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is mayor's items. I do not have anything this evening. Next item on the agenda is items from the Planning Commission. Item number 1 is to consider ordinance number 3371 RZ21000002 rezoning from agricultural to a single-family residential for Northern Hills, a 7-acre single-family residential development located at the 3000 block of West 56 Terrace. June 21st, 2021, Planning Commission recommended 8-0. The governing body approved the rezoning subject to the conditions in the staff report. On July 12th, 2021, governing body tabled this item to tonight's meeting at the developer's request. Based on the submittal of a valid protest petition, a vote of 7 governing body members is required to approve the rezoning. Because the Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezoning request, it would take 6 votes to deny the rezoning. The governing body can also vote to remand the item back to the Planning Commission for review of specific issues or concerns by a simple majority vote to those present and voting. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Councilmember Jenkins?
Not so much question. We gonna have any presentation from the developer or anything at this point, or are we just gonna move right into council discussion?
The developer is here this evening
Here.
to speak to the item, if he'd like to speak, as well as our city staff as well.
Oh, well, okay, solid start. On behalf of Reed Fuller, with Reed Fuller Construction, who is the developer, I'd like to, first of all, thank you guys for your time and appreciate everything that you do for the community. I'll try to keep this short and for respect of that time. I'd also like to thank staff that has not only helped us with the function of this project, but also being a helpful in getting us the contacts and everything we need for interaction with the public, which is actually where I'm going to start. Is I wanted to go through kind of all the things that we have interacted with them about, kind of a little timeline. May 29th, when I was putting up the notice sign for the development, I met with some of the neighbors out there just on site, gave them my contact information, everything they needed. let them know that if there's anything they had any core questions about, I'm around, I'm available. June 3rd, we actually met with Councilman Jenkins, who was the acting president of Flum Woods, the HOA, trying to make it that way so that we could present what we're doing to them, make sure that, they bought off. If there's any questions, we could go through him just to make it, easily that way. He brought it back to the HOA board. Then again, on June 21st, which was the planning commission date, I hadn't heard anything before that, and there was some opposition, obviously. I met with whoever stayed back with us afterwards to try to, again, address their concerns. No kind of, that I'm open to suggestions. And then on July 2nd, we were given the concerns from the HOA. We then drafted a response letter to that, which I believe is in your guys' packet. On July 9th, I met with two neighbors to the north. They are actually on Bradshaw, which is the cul-de-sac just to the north. And they were concerned about the north property line because there's an existing fence that's there. And with that, we were able to adjust our lot lines so that way that fence will stay and there's still access on there. So that's just, an example. And then on July 19th, based off the protest petition that was filed, we met with 3 of the residents that, again, kind of came back with the same concerns that we've heard. So they hadn't seen that letter that we provided, wanted to make sure that was good with everybody. So just real quick, there's kind of the overview of what we're looking at, where the project is located. Like we said, 13 lots on 7 acres. Just real briefly so that we go over their concerns. I know it's like I said, it's in that letter, but just so that everybody's clear. The first thing that Mr. Fuller told me whenever we started this project was he wanted to keep as many trees as possible, just because it's a unique development opportunity to be able to have a residential development with some tree cover in it. And I know that was a concern of the residents, and we've tried to let them know that is our goal as well. We're not trying to make this, just a bunch of turf subdivision like that. There was some concerns about the access off of 56 Terrace that the residents wanted to see it off of 55th or from the 57th near the school. The only access we have to public right away is off of 56th Terrace. So that's kind of where we're at on that. There was concern about construction parking or construction traffic. All of our equipment will be kept on site once it is brought out there. There will be no public parking or parking on public streets. As far as improvements to the area, there's some existing storm sewer that is going to be removed and replaced because it was installed by the previous owner and it's not up to city code. So we are bringing that up to code, as well as we are required to make sure that the runoff of the area does not inundate the downstream area. So we have to install a detention pond in that area. One of the neighbors during the July 19th meeting brought up that during these heavy rains they've had recently, there has been some flooding issues. So this design will hopefully alleviate some of that. As well as we have to install a new sanitary sewer system. The existing one is a 35-year-old clay pipe, so that'll also be an improvement to the area. One of the main concerns they had was about density and setbacks. I just wanted to note that we are rezoning to the same zoning district that is around us, and we are not asking for any deviations or variances from those requirements. All of our lots meet the minimum areas and dimensions. The average lot size, I figured out this morning, is 14,420 square feet, which is about a third of an acre. So that's a pretty, I mean, typical residential lot. One of the other main concerns was about us being a part of the Flum Woods HOA, which is understandable. I mean, it's in the middle of it. And that's something that we are definitely open to. But we wanted to make sure that it makes sense for both our development and Flum Woods, because with the detention and other common areas, there's some extra maintenance that whoever has to do that will be required to maintain. So it's something that we are more than welcome to continue those conversations and figure out what works out best for everybody. I mean, oh, and also there was a concern about some native species that are in the area. We are clearing more than an acre of trees. So as a state or federal requirement, we have to have a wildlife survey completed. So if there are native, I believe it was a hawk or maybe 2 hawks that are in the area, we will be required to relocate those properly. So just something little, hopefully that addresses that concern. So like I said, I feel like we have been more than open and available to all the residents' requests, comments, concerns, and we'll continue to do that for the rest of this project. It's not our wish to outbid or outbuild the area. It's not good for anybody. Like I said, our lot sizes are within the required city guidelines for the zoning district. And we believe that as well, this project does satisfy all the requirements of the golden criteria as required by the state of Kansas. So once again, I appreciate your guys' time. And if there's anything else you guys have of me.
Any questions? Councilmember Jenkins?
Yeah, just a couple things, Jay. Enjoyed meeting with you, and I enjoyed meeting with Reed when we talked about this initially. As is often the case, you look at something initially like that, it looked pretty good. So, wow, this 13 houses, that doesn't sound like much. Since we deal with subdivisions of 180 and all that kind of stuff, this is pretty small. Didn't seem like that big a deal. Of course, as you know, the devil's always in the details. And I started working with the folks there in the subdivision. As you mentioned, I am the homeowner association president, but that's just kind of that's not really the matter at hand here. It just happens to be that way. But I appointed those 3 folks to come talk to you because they're the president, the vice president of the homeowner association, and then 2 other individuals. And they came and met with you and outlined what their interests and concerns were. And pretty much they walked out with not one of those things even being really addressed. You just gave them lip service essentially, and off they went. So there was no progress made in regards to accommodating the Flum Woods folks on anything that I could see. Another issue, let's see, with this, if I get to your attention, looking at the staff documents on this thing, the comprehensive plan designates the sites as public, quasi-public. It doesn't designate it as the comprehensive plan doesn't designate it for development as such, because it's designated as really for schools. It was part of Shawnee Mission School District. And you know, when it comes down to it, people do pay attention to the comprehensive plan. Folks in Flum Woods did a pretty good job of doing their homework and looked up what's the intention for this land over here and determined that, hey, okay, it's owned by the schools. It's the comprehensive plan identifies it as school type of use. And we feel pretty comfortable with the fact that we're pretty safe in this regard. It's either going to be maybe an extension of the school, playground, or whatever, but it's not going to be developed as a subdivision necessarily. So that put them in a predicament, the people that live adjacent to this property, in a predicament of, wow, we were told flat out, not only by the comprehensive plan, but by the Shawnee Mission School District, that you don't need to worry about this particular property in here. It's going to be there pretty much ad infinitum as it is presently. And that causes some serious issues. Then they also talked about the map I'm looking at right now, where you've got this green shown on there. It's just kind of misleading because it looks like you're going to leave that as green space, but that's not true. It's not going to be green space. These are developable lots. They'll be sold off, and somebody can come in there and basically build what they desire to build there. I also have some concerns about the site. It does contain an awful lot of storm sewer and drainage facilities in there. Quite a few of them, actually. I've been up in that area quite a few times because Flum Woods has an agreement with the city to go out and clean those out once a year and make sure we get an adequate flow through the storm drain system up there. So I'm pretty familiar with it. And that's an awful lot of engineering up there. And I have some concerns about what the land disturbance up there is going to do to what we have already, what the additional impervious surface might do to the runoff that we currently have. We have some significant issues, which you're probably not familiar with, but down on that cul-de-sac that you wanted to tie into, we've had some serious issues with flooding in the basements and so on down there already. So obviously that's a cause for concern and alarm. I also read the staff report, this area with the cul-de-sac that you're open to attach into there on 56 Terrace was stubbed. I think that's exactly what the report said. The street was stubbed with the intention to provide future access to this property. Well, that's not true. A stubbed street doesn't have a house sitting at the end of the stub. And Donna Bukovic probably wouldn't appreciate her house being identified as an area available for future development because that's her home. So there was obviously a cul-de-sac. It was developed as a cul-de-sac and not meant to be driven through and used as access to another area. You were asked multiple times about if there's any other kind of access. It came to light that Mr. Fuller's and his company are the ones that are going to be working on the nerve center up there adjacent to the property. That's just was approved by the council to be established. And be nice if he could talk to those folks since he's going to be working with them on some kind of access into this area from their property. If they're going to be building access in there anyway, if that access could extend into where you're talking about developing, that might be kind of a good thing. It would accomplish some of the desires of the neighborhood and things they're really serious about. You mentioned birds. Yeah, there are birds in there, and they are endangered species and protected by the state of Kansas. There are, let's see, what's the name of those birds? It's a ferruginous hawk. Never heard of it before. I'm not an expert at hawks, and I'm not a bird watcher, but the ferruginous hawks lives in there, and it's a problem. You were provided with, I think, a photograph from the individuals that live at 5619 Richards Drive, and there was some concern about that. As you always know, there's always concern about this type of development because it causes a lot of disruption to the neighborhood, all the dust, the sand, the mud, the whole 9 yards. I mean, you're familiar with all that. You've been in construction and you know about that. So it is pretty disruptive to the neighborhood. But then again, I'm concerned because you got a cul-de-sac, a very long cul-de-sac coming into another cul-de-sac, which then finally transitions into Nolan Road. That doesn't seem like an appropriate street arrangement and alignment to me. It seems kind of out of sorts. So that presents an issue as well. So I'm having a number of issues here as I took the back off the watch and looked inside of the springs and all, and it's pretty complex in there. There's a lot of issues. I would like to see you have access from a different location and not be coming through a cul-de-sac to your cul-de-sac. I would like to see a different arrangement there. I think things can be done. And I think you haven't really reached out to these people and tested the waters. It was just simply easy to say, oh, we can't do that, or the slope's too great, and just throw these comments out there and it'd go away. Well, it's not going away, and it needs to be taken care of. So I can't vote for this as it is right now. It would be a real problem for me to vote for it as it is right now. It might be possible to remand it back to the Planning Commission and have them go over these issues, to have you present some mitigating factors to these issues that have been presented to you, and therefore come back to the city council. But as it is right now, there's just too many issues still outstanding for me to go and vote for this.
Nope. You'll have to be excused. If we have any snapping, clapping, any disruption at all whatsoever to the meeting, you will be asked to leave. Any other questions or comments from the Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, I would just like to know specifically from our citizens, what were specifically their concerns bulleted? And, Eric, you mentioned a couple of them. And what specifically have you done to address those?
So the specific concerns were, one, about the removal of trees, the limits of disturbance. And like I said, we presented, that's what we're presenting for the infrastructure of how they're going to keep it. We've tried in our initial submittal, we were going to have a 10-foot buffer on the south side, but it was told us that those are too hard to maintain from the city standpoint. So they didn't wish to have that. The area to the north where it's in green, that is going to be an easement that you can't touch it. So for stormwater, whatever, that area will stay green. That's another, the concerns on the access off of the other side of it. One, you're going to be putting, we just don't think that that's a viable solution. You'll be putting the traffic through the school area. That's where that access is through. And then on from 55th Street, you'll be disturbing more area going right through all of that. So we just figured that would be the best arrangement of things. And I believe just the staff report where they're talking about the dead end street, they're talking about that stub, not the cul-de-sac. The other issues they had were one about the Hawks. So that's why I said that we will have to mitigate that no matter what. The other concerns were about traffic and what we were going to do about construction. And that's what we said, that we were having all the construction materials kept on site, all the vehicles and parking, all would be on our site, not on the public streets. The other, there was one other one that I'm drawing a blank on right now, but it's in the staff report in the bulleted list of the meeting minutes.
So I guess the question is, any of these concerns, were you able to address them to the satisfaction of the citizens that do have a valid protest petition?
I mean, yes, we were able to, completely address the way that they would like to see them. I mean, because there's a lot of it that's not the right answer, if that makes it like that.
Reach a compromise, I think is what I'm looking for. Did you reach an agreeable compromise?
We're still working through that with them.
Okay, so we really don't have an answer to that then, because it's still in motion. Is that fair?
I would say that that's fair.
Okay, and I do understand the concern with, in thinking of Shawnee and where I live, I'm trying to think of, have I seen a cul-de-sac empty into a cul-de-sac? And the answer to that is no. So why is coming out towards the school not an option? I know that there's, you take Western Shawnee where I live, Clear Creek Elementary is on Monticello Road. There's houses right there and cars coming out every day. I'm not clear why that would be a point.
The issue right now is, one, there's a grade issue, and two, we would have to get that right away from the school.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's doable.
What's that?
It's doable.
Probably the cost of it would make it. Like I said, the cost of that was something that we thought was prohibitive.
Have you gotten a number on that?
What's that? We have not.
You received a number?
We have not.
Okay.
Councilmember Constance and then Councilmember Jenkins.
This might be more of a question for you, Mayor. Tonight, we're voting on the rezoning, and then will this continue to have an opportunity to be addressed through further conversations, some of these concerns, and then come back to planning? Is that accurate? Or is this the last step?
This would
In the
just be
packet.
the
You're
rezoning.
speaking just to the rezoning.
Rezoning.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yeah, just a couple of small items. One of them was, I think he addressed it a while back, that I didn't really agree with his comment that the homeowner association did ask him if they had considered incorporating the small subdivision into the Plum Woods Homeowners Association. And the answer was, we're not going to go there. That's what you told me, Jay, and when we had our meeting. And that's what you told other folks as well. Tonight you said something a little different, like that you would consider that or something, but that isn't what we were told previously, just in all fairness. The other thing is that this property belonged to Shawnee Mission School District. They sold it. seemed like they would have an obligation to work with you on being able to access the property. It seems appropriate on their behalf to do that. They're the ones that sold it to you, they're original owners. So I would think that they should be receptive to you coming to them and asking them if you could use that, what is now is kind of a stubbed road coming off of Rose Hill toward where you're building, where you want to build this subdivision and have access from that side. I understand the grade's a little steep and all that, but where there's a will, there's a way. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Member Chaffee?
I realize we're, again, just voting on the rezoning tonight, but I guess I'm curious, just looking at 13 lots, since traffic seems to be a concern, that's emptying onto this other cul-de-sac that looks to maybe have a little bit fewer than 13 lots. I can't count exactly, but I can't remember which thing on our agenda tonight said that a traffic study was not warranted for that particular development. I guess I would just be curious to hear, I don't know if Kevin, I thought I saw Kevin come in, or staff's, I guess, professional recommendation or assessment on, you know, does the developer need to spin their wheels to try to figure out a different access point when we have 13 additional homes generating, I don't know, 20 something cars maybe each morning and evening coming to that cul-de-sac? And in your professional judgment, is that okay? Is that too much? Do we need to?
Kevin Manning, Deputy Public Works Director. Yes, a traffic study was not required for this. At the level of this development, 13 homes, that is well below the threshold we require. We typically are looking at that more. If we were in around the 100 home mark, so we're well under that. Staff is comfortable both with the access point and with the amount of traffic that would be, or the capacity of the existing roadway network to handle the additional traffic from the proposed development.
Thank you. Kevin, while you're there, hopefully this is a question you can answer, you or Doug. So what I'm seeing, what's in front of me right now, this stub is not rounded. So doesn't that normally mean that's going to be cut through eventually, or is it rounded? I'm confused where the house is at the end of the stub.
So I believe the home on the north side of that street, basically, the road does not continue into that driveway. The driveway is immediately to the north of that. It is our typical practice if we had, when this road was built, that would eventually extend.
Okay, and then the cul-de-sac into a cul-de-sac. So when I was out going to the doors in the newer subdivisions, I kind of felt as though I was in a corn maze because I didn't know I was ever going to find my way back out. It seemed like it was all a network of cul-de-sacs on the west side of town. So is this uncommon, or is this?
No, so one thing to keep in mind when you're dealing with cul-de-sacs too, there's a certain fire department requirement as to how many lots you can have on a cul-de-sac. Obviously, for safety reasons, they don't want to have to basically have one point of access for a large number of homes. Adding this cul-de-sac on there would not exceed that threshold.
Councilmember Larson-Bonnell, sorry.
Thank you. And just for the record, what I handed Mayor Dissler was a Google Maps image, overhead image that showed the plat that we were looking at in a little bit of a different view. My question is, though, I think that this might be the first rezoning action that I've been a part of where an actual endangered species was identified. And I'm curious about how that process works to, quote, mitigate the potential harm with the endangered species. Is anybody able to respond to that?
I have not been involved in one like that. I'm sorry. So yeah, no, I just know that we are required to do a study on the area. And if there is something that's endangered, there's steps that you have to take. I'm not aware. I just know that that's one of the things that we have to do.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. So this is not something that has already been done, but the neighbors have identified.
The neighbors have said, in fact, that they see a hawk out there or something of the effect that they believe is an endangered species. I do not know. But was saying that because we have to do the study, that will come up in that study. And they will then they will give us the steps on what we have to do, or, maybe they come back and say we can't do it anyways. I'm not aware of that process. I just know that is something that we have to do.
And are you planning to have a single builder for all of these lots, or will there be the lots sold to individuals to bring their own builders?
The current plan is to have individual builders build their own lot. Reed is also a home builder. So, I mean, if that's something that is of concern, we could probably work that out as well. One kind of little off topic, Reed wanted me to let you know that he did not buy the land from the school. There was an owner in between there, just for clarification. At least one. I'm not completely privy to the history of the land transactions there. Just Reed did not buy it from the school.
And then my final question, and this is sort of a joint question for both you and Councilmember Jenkins. Both of you mentioned that there is existing flooding in this area and certainly concerns of home buyers. I heard you mention that some of your plans to redo the stormwater are going to be fairly extensive, and they're certainly going to address any storm issues with your area. Are they also going to address storm issues with the other areas that Councilmember Jenkins identified?
Correct. That's what I was referring to when I said that somebody on July 19th mentioned that there was existing flooding. It was the individual that he spoke with. And as a part of the plan, we have to make sure that doesn't happen. I mean, that's part of the city process, the city requirements, is that we put together a plan that takes care of those issues.
But if and I would like your response, please. If I'm understanding your concerns correctly, this is already sort of and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, an over-engineered area where we're not really sure that whatever they do would be effective in addressing existing stormwater issues, and you're concerned that this is actually going to create more. Is that correct?
It's not really correct, but it's not really wrong. We don't know. So we're kind of in a limbo zone here. I don't really know what those effects are going to be. I know it's a highly engineered area right now. What are the effects going to be? And I don't think that's been adequately explained at this point. So there's no comfort level about what's going to happen here as we move forward with this. Listening to the discussion that's taken place is kind of noteworthy that a lot of things are going to happen, or we're going to look at that, or we're going to do this, or we're going to get back on that. And I'd like it to be a lot more solid than that. So I'm not ready to move forward with things as vague in many areas as they are. I'm not saying we couldn't move forward at some point, but at this point, I just think there's too many loose ends, and I'm uncomfortable with it. So.
If I may, just one more question. And this would be a question, I think, for staff. Do we have this area in any of our stormwater improvement plans?
Kevin Manning, Deputy Public Works Director. So once again, I believe this development plan, basically this is part of our two-phase process where the city's process is set up that way. So we don't have someone go through a lot of upfront engineering prior to rezoning, prior to whether they know they're going to be able to develop. And so they presented a preliminary site plan that gets us to this point. If this governing body chooses to move forward with the zoning, then they would continue on and complete their site plan, which would involve a detailed stormwater study at that point.
I'm sorry, this is apparently an existing issue with the existing properties, and I heard something about clay pipes, and I'm just asking if we have current plans to address those issues, whether this project happens or not.
I'm not entirely sure about the specific plans for this area, but that's something I can get back with the governing body on.
Thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned that you don't really know the history of this property, but I'm curious about the public, quasi-public nature of it, because I mean that's kind of a concern for me. If a resident moved in and it was public, quasi-public, you would assume that it's going to stay that way. So how is it normal for it to come about for the school district to sell it off and then be turned into a residential area?
Hi, Doug Allman, Community Development Department. The entire property is probably 20 acres was designated that way when the school purchased the ground. I think all of their site was zoned ag or R1 at the time. It made sense to designate the entire 20 acres as public, quasi-public. Obviously, you can see from the aerial, the improvements that they made did not include that western 7 acres. The transfer happened, staff wasn't notified. They ended up building a single family home on the north end that fronts the large single family home. So it's honestly almost a housekeeping issue that it wasn't. The appropriate use would be single family. About half of the 7 acres that you see that cul-de-sac upon is currently zoned R1. The other half, obviously ag. That's what the rezoning request is for. So the comp plan isn't necessarily etched in stone. It's a little more fluid, a little more dynamic than a zoning plan. But in this case, it would not be, in my professional opinion, an inappropriate use to show single family low density for that property, especially with a street extension coming off of existing cul-de-sac, that street extension that went to the east. This is from recollection. I should know better, but I was actually here when the school was built. I went through that site plan process with the school. And if I recall, that extension may have either been shown to go north or east over to Rose Hill. So it was to be a through street. The school obviously did not want a through street next to their property. They terminated the service area in a private drive that extends off of Rose Hill. And through that process of negotiation with the property owners to the south, they did not have to dedicate right of way, if I recall. So there's not public right of way adjacent to that school to serve this property. So that's kind of the historical perspective of that development. I can't speak for the school district. Obviously, they're fronting a major road. But one thing I did want to bring up, fire department does also have not only house limits, but they have cul-de-sac link requirements. We have not studied what an extension to the east with a cul-de-sac, how long that would be. It very well might exceed the fire department backing requirement. If that were the case, then that extension would be expected to have 2 points of access. So there would be a required connection to the west on that stub anyway. So I wanted to bring that up as well.
I'm coming for Doug Doyle. He's still there.
Yeah, and I've got one too. Councilmember
Yeah, Doug, I mean, kind of disappointed in your comments to a certain extent because you talked about the comprehensive plan being all fluid and stuff. The bottom line is, though, if you're going to change a comprehensive plan, it is a good document, and people do review that document when they make property purchasing decisions, okay? And before you change a comprehensive plan, there's public hearings and so on, so that people at least have an opportunity to come out and say, whoa, what's going on? They have a chance to kind of provide some input to it. So the appropriateness of whether it should be R1 or R10 or whether it ought to be agricultural, whatever, is not the point here. The point we're talking about is the comprehensive plan says this is quasi-public. And people make decisions on that. And individuals, we're not as rich as, most people aren't as rich as the city or federal government or whatever. When they fork out $350,000, $400,000 for a house, that's pretty much all they got. In fact, it takes them most times 30 years to pay for the darn thing. So it's a pretty big deal for them. And so if you do your research and you do what you're supposed to do, and then you wind up and somebody just comes in and changes it on you without any kind of real notice or anything like that, I don't think that's very fair. I don't think we're sticking with what we're supposed to do as a city and being open and transparent to the public. So that seems like an inappropriate thing to say. And also the fact that it was zoned agriculture, that was kind of a double whammy. Not only is it quasi-public, but wow, it's agriculture. I think this place, I'm safe to buy a house here and not have to worry about somebody building something right in my backyard. So there's some real considerations there in understanding where the public's coming from on this. And I think they have some very good points. So I don't think we can just dismiss them summarily like that. Well, this stuff changes and that's life kind of deal. That doesn't really work.
Too. I think my point was that the entire piece is shown as quasi-public, but about half is zoned R1. So a person could go in by right and extend to that R1 and build houses there today under that quasi-public designation, because the zoning would always take precedent over whatever the comp plan showed. You can show commercial office there. And it would still be allowed to develop through the existing entitlement through that R1 zone.
And what's the distribution there between R1 and ag? The size of the lot overall, and then the two parcels?
I'm estimating, I think it's about half and half.
If I can follow up to your response to me. So at the end of it, you said it might turn out that we need 2 entrance points.
It could, based on the length of something that's extended that hasn't been studied.
I guess I'm a little surprised that it went through planning commission and it's here now and we don't have more. It seems like there is a number of items that are yet to be hammered out and perhaps should be remanded back.
Just as a comment to that, the planning commission reviewed what was proposed. And in terms of the zoning request, the number of lots, the density, the fact that there is public access to the west. And I think they made the determination based on that.
So Doug, while you're there, just some of the questions. So my first comment would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, all of Shawnee was at one time or another agricultural.
Agriculture is a holding zone.
Yes, I mean,
pretty much by definition.
So every subdivision, including the one next to it at one time was ag, and
I would
came and
assume,
bought
yes.
subdivision and we built it.
It might have been R10 or R20 based on some zoning from the 1970s, but that predates me. But as a rule, ag is a holding zone for future development.
Right. So anybody that moves in next to ag, there isn't expected, because everything was ag at one time.
I would assume Flum Woods was probably ag when it was rezoned and developed.
As a matter of fact, I think there were cows there when I was a kid, but I don't remember specifically. And I'm just thinking, because I mean, just recently we had residents in a surrounding subdivision on another development that were coming out and fighting us because they wanted houses in the area and not a football field, because the school could put a football field, because the school can put whatever they want on their property, their school use. And we had surrounding folks coming out saying, no, put houses here. We don't want a football field in our backyard. And then that brings me kind of to what you were just saying, where I always find interest and what I always think is necessary for the record is that, so what could he build tomorrow, right now, on the property if the rezoning does not get changed? Can he put 13 houses but in a different formation? Could he put 7 houses? I mean, so what could be built there tomorrow if this rezoning does not pass?
That's a difficult question because it's a little bit speculative based on topography, all kinds of things. I would be able to tell you that the area that's zoned R1, he could build lots that had 75 feet of frontage and 9,000 square foot minimum lot size. And then place a house on there that met the side yard setbacks of basically 7 feet, 7.5 feet. And on the lot frontage, it gets a little complicated. But then the complicating factor is that the ag piece has a larger lot size requirement. Under ag zone, a 5 acre minimum is the residential standard to be able to subdivide a lot. But again, if access could be figured out, a person could essentially build a street across the ag and do whatever the R1 would support in terms of a cul-de-sac development that way.
So they do smaller houses, smaller lot sizes versus.
Again, that's speculative.
Speculatively versus a higher quality product with going with the larger lots and the larger home sizes. Speculative, but that could be done if this rezoning does.
Under that zoning district, under the R1 zone.
Still do a project there. It would be a much different looking project.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I want to, I always want to make sure to clarify that for the record, that we're asking because they want to do something different. So are there any other questions or comments from the council? And thank you, Doug. Councilmember Thomas.
Just to wrap up, I would really like to see an opportunity to evaluate the exit for this development. And if it's 2, if it's 1, what opportunities are there to have it in another spot? Is it convenient? Is, price prohibitive? Where do we go from there? But it doesn't appear that there's anything else to consider but what's right here. And that's where I'm struggling.
I would honestly have to defer to the applicant. Obviously, that would require involvement by the Shawnee Mission School District. If they don't want a road running by their facility, then that would probably stop negotiation there. I honestly don't know that there is room to run a street extension to 55th because you would have to have right of way for utilities. That's something that I would defer to them to see if they want to study it further or if they just want a vote on what they've proposed. Again, we evaluate what they propose. We make suggestions. We can't tell them that they have to have access to property that they don't control.
See any other questions or comments from the council? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none. Oh, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Joan Gladback. I live at 5715 Richard Circle, right behind where this development would take place. I have a couple things that I just want to bring up. When I bought my property, it was told to us that would never be developed. I think everyone on our street and everyone that backs up to this property was told the same thing. So rezoning it, even though it sounds like it's not a big deal, is a big deal to people that own property on this land or next to this land. When this was sold to the private owner that built the big house on the north side, there was no record of it going from the school to this private owner. The private owner put up this big metal fence. We had fox, we had deer, we had owls in that land, and no evaluation was ever done of that property. And he took out tons of trees and has basically ruined the landscape that was there or was existing before that. We do have two that I know of, two hawks. I see them flying over our property regularly that do live in that. Would like to preserve some of that land for the animals that existed before our coming. The other thing I would like to ask is if the third of an acre included the retention pond, if he's including that space that's set aside, or if that's actually land use or around the houses. And I do worry about the drainage. There used to be a creek that ran through that property that actually, when the creek was there, I don't think the flooding was as bad on the properties that are kind of to the east and north of that green space that you see, because the land actually absorbed the water before it ran off into that property. And when the last owner who bought it from the school put in the drainage system, it ruined the land. And anyway, I just would like for the city to be considering with each of these proposals that come up for rezoning, considering what it's doing to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this item? Okay. Seeing none. And I do want to add to, I want to apologize to anyone that was told that. I experienced that myself firsthand when I bought my first home. I was told by the real estate agent that there was a 50-year deed restriction on the property behind my house and that it could not be developed on. That was a lie. There is now a full subdivision sitting there. So I know how that feels, and I'm sorry that that happened, and it angers me that it happens, and it's something that I've worked with the previous city manager. I've been working with the current city manager, trying to brainstorm ideas of how we can, I don't know if infiltrate is the right word, to the real estate market. I even talked to Councilmember Thomas about this the other day, because your husband is involved in this, is how do we prevent this from happening to people? Because it's not fair to you. I mean, it's not the city's fault, but it's not fair to you. And I hate that you were told that, because I've been there, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that that happened to you. With no other comments, I will accept a motion.
I will make a motion to remand back to the Planning Commission for further discussion of the access points and whatever evaluation they think is appropriate for stormwater
Fire safety.
and fire safety. Thank you. And I am willing to amend my motion if there are additional things that other council members would like to be considered.
Second.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded on this item to remand back to the planning commission. So we need majority. Thank you. Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Zimmerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yep.
Councilmember Kimling,
Aye.
Councilmember Larson Bennell,
Aye.
Councilmember Nappen.
Aye.
Councilmember Constance,
Aye.
Councilmember Chaffee.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item number 2 is to consider ordinance number 3374 PUD 21000003 rezoning from planned industrial and planned unit development mixed residential to planned unit development mixed residential for the Creekside Ridge Townhome development proposed in the 6300 block of Silver Hill Street. July 7, 2021, the Planning Commission recommended 5-3 that the governing body approve the rezoning subject to the conditions in the staff report. 5 votes are required to approve the rezoning. Because the Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezoning request, it would take 6 votes to deny the rezoning. The governing body can also vote to remand the item back to the Planning Commission for review of specific issues or concerns by a simple majority vote of those present and voting. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Councilmember Larson Bennell and then Councilmember Nappen.
Will there be a presentation from the developer? I think I saw them in the lobby.
That was
Oh,
my,
no,
that was
they
my
were-
question too.
They're here to speak if they would like to give an update and overview on the project.
Councilmember Nappen, your question was. Okay, thank you.
Everybody, Kevin Tubasing, where do I live? 5000 Haskin, Shawnee, Kansas. So, really the only couple things that I wanted to address, obviously you have a packet which you've had the opportunity to review. And I'm sure a lot of you even listened to the planning commission meetings or read the minutes. The 5-3 vote, I'm certainly not speaking for the 3, but I just wanted you to understand the nuance of the vote because you might not have been in the room. The 5-3 vote, the 3, I don't believe opposed the project, but it was the way the motion was made was to pass it as is, which the 5 supported. The 3 just wanted to see these renderings of what the backs of the properties were going to look like. And so I just kind of wanted to make sure you all understood. It wasn't really like a split vote so much as 8 would have voted, I believe, for approval. But when you come for final, bring the renderings of the rear. And so that's what we produced for you so that you had those prior from that even occurring. So what we've done here is try to kind of demonstrate what the backs are going to look like, and without getting too far into details. And I didn't really want to go violate anybody's privacy by taking pictures of the back of their houses. But you'll find that these actually even have more architectural significance, if you will, than even like the homes in Gray Oaks, which are directly to the north. Most backs and sides of homes in Johnson County and in Shawnee are relatively plain, clapboard for the most part, and simply just trimmed by windows. And so what we've done on these, as you can see, is try to dress them up a bit, add the shutters. On some of the units, we've even put private fencing around the patios and whatnot as well. So you have those elevations. There's also a sectional. Caitlin, if you could just bring up real quick. This is a real important part of understanding what we're trying to do, and we're spending a lot of money to do this next piece. We're regrading most of the property, especially all of it that touches or even where our structures come close to the structures of Woodland Park. And we're dropping the grade of the property significantly so that the Woodland Park homes will all be looking basically at the rooftops of any of our structures that are next to it. And then we were able to find that. There you go. That was one. You can go down a little bit. There you go. So that would be us on the left and Woodland Park on the right, for example. So very much so. We got a lot of landscaping, either or distance between our structures and the homes in Woodland Park. Gray Oaks is much further away across a gigantic creek, forest basically. But these are we wanted to just demonstrate, so it was really clear that there was a significant elevation differential. I have lots of other things. I don't want to be repetitive to the planning commission meeting though, but I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Councilmember Chaffee.
Thank you. I did, skim through the packet a little bit, or a lot on this item, but some of the planning commission comments, I see where they're coming from with the visual interest, and I know you said comparing it to a home, but a home is potentially half to a third to a fourth of the size of
a large multifamily building. So I would be up for as much as you can do, especially those ones that face, a side street or where the back of the unit is visible, to add a little bit. Just looking at that, or the black and white renderings that are in our packet, it does look a little monotonous and plain, I think. And again, just especially where it's visible to traffic on a street or the sides
Absolutely.
that back up to streets, I think as much as we can do to add some interest is great.
And on those, one thing that, and again, so the final plat, which is not here yet. So before you take your final vote, we'll actually produce the landscaping plan in full flavor. It's just not something we do in the preliminary. And you'll see that especially on any of the public street sides, we're going to heavily densely landscape. And there's an area. Remember, one thing we've worked very hard at is not going through Anderson Street, which is the street that's inside Woodland Park. And so in order to do that, we had to acquire the land next to it. So that area, we call it the Sisters of Charity land, that owns all the rest of that property over there. The homes that we're building there, we're going to densely landscape between the Woodland Park single family homes and those. Also, though, keeping in mind, we want to densely landscape. We also want to coordinate this between the homeowners, because one thing that we're also very aware of is we also don't want to damage the drip line of those trees. So we don't want to go in there with bobcats and build a 6-foot berm, and then all of a sudden we have issues with those trees dying. So we want to make sure we're very sensitive to that.
Yeah, so this is my ward, and actually, this property is right down the street from my house. So I'm obviously very familiar and very protective of the feel out there. And I listened to the Planning Commission. And actually, I want to compliment the Planning Commission. They had a very robust conversation about this project, and did a good job in discussing many things. So there's a lot of good things. I was worried about parking. You guys have a ton of parking, which is great. And I was worried about the access points, specifically not going through Woodland Park. And I know you've taken care of that. You've got all access is out to Silver Hill. There are a couple things that still concern me. One, we can't do anything about, and that's the traffic. There is going to be a significant amount of traffic down 64th Street going over to the school in particular. Everybody's going to either have to take 64th Street or Silver Hill around to Clear Creek to get to the schools. I know a traffic study was done. Some interesting results. I'd like to know more about how these traffic studies are done by the developers, but that one we probably can't do anything about. But there was a lot of discussion about the architecture at the Planning Commission meeting, and as a result, it was a 5-3 vote. And I put a lot of trust in our city staff, and specifically a couple of things that I pulled out. They're basically quotes or paraphrase anyway, regarding the plainness of the rear elevations. Professional staff said the plan has come a long way. They're back and forth with staff, but the plan you see here today is the plan. Staff's opinion is that we aren't quite here. Aren't quite there yet. The applicant's opinion is that they are where they want to be. And then later in the discussion, staff commented that 4-sided architecture on multifamily is preferred. In this case, they're not comfortable that in this case it is adequate. So I realize that they're a lot like the Gray Oaks, but again, to Ms. Chalfie's point, on a large multifamily, it seems more important. And then the last concern I have, really, and probably the most important one, is whether or not it's in line with the character of the neighborhood. This is butting up to 2 pretty nice neighborhoods, Woodland Parks and Gray Oaks. And so it needs to blend well. And I know you mentioned, actually, Kevin, in the meeting, said that this product's completely new to the Kansas City area. This is new. No one has seen this before. And to me, what's new about it is the inclusion of 10 sixplexes, which we don't have any. I don't know of any other place in Shawnee that has that, and possibly Kansas City. So those are my concerns. I'd like to see that architectural disagreement resolved between staff and you guys, because right now, we can say we'd love for you to do a little more, but this is the plan that we're approving. And then I just worry that the 6-plex concept doesn't really conform to anything that we have currently. So Those are a few of my thoughts. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you want me to address any of those? Sorry, I think I'll let Doug Allman address the staff position on the product. I don't want to speak for staff, but on the sixplex structure, understand that what we have a lot of is two-story sixplexes. And by stacking the additional units on top of the other three, and most of this product is single story. That's actually a very high demand product. And I think it's really something we need in the area. The only real reason why we put some more townhouses in, which are the two-story, is really to kind of create the articulation, the vertical articulation, the buildings to make them look better. So I think what you'll find is that ranch model is just something the market is really asking for, and that's why we decided to bring that to the market.
I'd like to challenge you on that a little bit, Kevin. When we're looking at Gray Oaks, you're looking at people who have invested $400, $500, and sometimes $600,000 in their home, the largest investment they're going to make. This is very close. It's not way on beyond a creek. It's just right around the corner in reality. And I do not see where a sixplex benefits anyone in that area. I've been down to South Overland Park. We're currently leasing a quote duplex to one of the Royals players, and actually it's aesthetically very pleasing. I would not even consider showing him something that looks like this. It looks like Army barracks. I would like to see something that is more creative. Have a look around town, South Overland Park. These are beautiful duplexes, and they're joined at the back. They have garages, they have yard access, all of those things, but they're very, very aesthetically pleasing. They look upscale, and I think the area of town that you are considering is an upscale area. And I think it would be due them to the folks who have invested such money into their home to consider something that does visibly look distinctly different than what I'm seeing here.
Ma'am, I guess the main thing, there's two things I guess we need to address here is that, the average Gray Oaks home is about 400 feet from these, not all, but the average is about 400 feet from their structures to our structures across a very deep creek and a heavily forested area. So I think that there is a nice buffer there. There is, I see your point. But I do think we have to look at a couple different things here. So the planned unit development that is currently in place, and I think you've seen it in your report, is all two-story, no single story whatsoever, mostly threeplexes, and could be built. And it is a higher density with, quite frankly, not as nice of an architecture. That can be built on the northern tract. The southern tract, the Sisters of Charity land, is zoned industrial. So I think we all have to at least look at this from a perspective of what if. So if the council turns this down tonight, the not as pretty, all two-story, more dense multifamily will be built on the northern tract. And then the other piece is left as choosing of whether to keep fighting the fight or whether just to build industrial, because by zoning, they're allowed to. And I just think that I think that we're providing, and one of the reasons I got involved was to try to bring a good product that'll be affordable for folks to live there, not cheap. It still will be, very market rate, but it still, I believe, is a better product and a better alternative than what's likely to happen if this does not succeed.
I would like to address that in that I would like to see, I'm not against development. I'm not against multifamily in that area. I want to see something that is of aesthetically more pleasing product. And I've seen it in South Overland Park, and I'm sure you can go find it. They are homes and their backs touch each other. They're a duplex. They're not customary where the garages are touching, it's the back touching. And so you have the feel of a single family home standing there when in fact it's a duplex because there's a home on the other side of it. It might be good to have a field trip and just go down there and have a look and bring back some other ideas. I don't know. I really don't understand why this is the end all be all. This is my first time to see it. I certainly wouldn't support anything less than what I'm seeing. But it's not a dynamic approach to an area that people have invested a lifetime of savings and they work extremely hard every day to pay for their home. And I would like, and it's not, this isn't even my ward, but I would really like to see something that's more aesthetically pleasing.
So just some points that I'd like to add just from what I'm hearing. So in regards to the traffic study, Councilmember Knapp, I know I used to be like, when I'm looking at the numbers, I'm like, this stuff doesn't make sense to me. And I'm and as I've said many a time so far, Kevin Manning has never let me down. So I hope he never does, because I've said it on record many times. But I'm a very visual person. So I know when the Walmart was disputed off of K7 and stuff, I later went when the Woodsonia project was being discussed, and it was Christmas Eve, and I sat there in the Walmart parking lot and watched a full Walmart parking lot. And I don't know what that holds. I don't know. Do you know the number off the top of your head, how many cars are in the Walmart parking? But 1 to 2 cars go at a time, leave at a time. And another example that I've done just so I could visually see for myself is because I live off, my parents live, the end of their street is several apartment buildings. They see maybe 1 car an hour. And then I live right off of where there's thousands of apartment buildings. And again, when you sit there in your 8 to 5, high time area, you're going to see 4 to 5 cars kind of go at a time. But in normal time, if there's any, it's 1 to 2. And again, I mean, you can just sit there for an hour. Try to take my personal emotion out of it and look at the numbers, look at the statistics, and all of the new apartments that have been built, the homes surrounding, none of them have lost any property value as of this date. Architecturally, I will have to say I have not ever been disappointed yet in anything that you've produced for the city. I especially like when you do the stone look that is known to Shawnee. I don't see any of that on here, but hint, hint, I like the stone look that, that says Shawnee when you see it. But architecturally, I mean, I think this is very nice. And I do think it fits into the neighborhood, the homes in the neighborhood from what I can tell as far as a drawing shows me. But as far as the ranch homes, we don't have enough. It's a high demand. And I literally have people showing up at my little bitty ranch home wanting to pay me a substantial amount of money for it because they're so hard to find. And of course, I'm not going to give it up, but yeah. Councilmember Larson Beno.
Thank you. I think you really need to consider your options, Michelle, with somebody making a big offer
No.
for your house.
No, I love my house.
Okay, so I represent this ward as well, and I want to be absolutely clear. We absolutely have people that are not in favor of this development. Some of the concerns have come down to traffic, as Councilmember Nappen described. The Planning Commission did, there were speakers at the Planning Commission that also had some concerns about the backs of the properties that were going to be facing the Woodland Park people, which I think are much more close to this development, and how they were architecturally boring. And the Planning Commission was a little bit split on that piece, as Mr. Tubesing pointed out. But this was a preliminary plan, and it was very clear to me in the Planning Commission meeting that they understood that there would be a final plan and that some of these things would be addressed during the final plan. What I am really concerned about for this area, a couple of things. One of the things I love about this project is that it does do an awful lot to preserve the tree lines that they have. And that is very important, especially in Western Shawnee. I've spoken before about how we don't have enough trees, kind of period, in Western Shawnee. So I was happy about that. The other thing is, there was a plan that was approved for this land back in 2005 that was a medium density residential, similar to this, but the density was higher than what is being proposed here. So that plan was still on the books and still approved. And if somebody wanted to pick up that plan right now and execute it, they would be able to do that with very little fight. I don't think that this would be a good location for industrial. And I know that that could happen. And I know Western Shawnee right along K7, that's what people really want to build by us is industrial. And as somebody that lives, as the crow flies, gosh, probably a half mile from the FedEx depot down at 83rd and K7, I can tell you we hear trucks all night. All night we hear the beep, beep. I don't want industrial to happen in that area. It is absolutely not appropriate. So I, like Michelle, do have to rely on what the traffic consultants and the staff say. And I do feel very confident in our staff's ability to do a traffic analysis. I'm also confident that with, quite frankly, Mr. Tubesing involved in the project, the city is going to be able to contact him if things start going south with any of this. So if there are complaints by the neighbors while this is getting built, probably even after it's built, we have somebody that is here invested in our community that we can speak to, which is huge. When we don't have that, we are very much at risk. And I don't think any project is perfect. I think that this project is better than what's currently approved. It's certainly better than an industrial use that people might want to do. And at this point, I am in favor of it.
Thank you, Lisa. And that actually reminds me of the point that I was getting ready to make before the technology cut me off, was that, and like with the previous project, I try to look at, if this isn't approved, what can be built there right now today? And what I'm looking at before me is better than if we tell you no, that could be built. So that's one of the things I weigh with every project of zoning. Councilmember Jenkins.
I was just going to throw in that I appreciate hearing the perspectives of our Ward 3 representatives, because that's important to me. You live there, you know the folks there, and you know the lay of the land a lot better than I do from my ward. So I just, that's important to me to hear from you, and what your wishes are on that. Thank you.
Just one more, and I'll make it quick. I think there's a lot of good comments. Mayor, you brought up, both of the Ward 3 reps brought up have an incredible amount of faith in Mr. Tubesing's ability to get this done. I think his spirit's in the right place. The comment about unintended consequences is probably my greatest motivation on supporting this project. So, my only point. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
In reference to, and I think it's possible when you look at single story developments, just go down the highway. to Town and Country. Very well done. Single family homes that are, no, they're attached, but they're all single story and they look great. Aesthetically, they're pleasing. They are not, you don't have to kind of really chew on it to like it. You walk in, you drive in and it looks good. That would be a great use of this similar land. I mean, from the highway, it would, it would look good. And those going to and from Walmart or to and from school or whatever. I think, like I said, I don't disagree with your project. I think aesthetically we can improve it. That's what I'm saying. And there are homes around that are single story, very close, just right down on what is it, 75th or so, and 7 Highway or right there close to it. But there's Town and Country, and that's a great example of what can be done.
Yeah, just one more comment on this. So when the biggest reason to vote for it is what we're going to get if it, otherwise, I'm not comfortable voting for it just because of that. I've seen a lot of examples where we can make things better and we do end up with a better product as a result. And so for that reason, I just feel strongly that the sixplex idea does significantly change the character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
I actually think that there are a couple of sixplexes in Town and Country. And the only reason that I'm saying this is because I was canvassing Town and Country recently. And it is one of the most difficult places to navigate if you're walking. I'm sure it's fine if you're driving, but if you're walking, it's hard to figure out which exactly address it was. And I finally got the hang of it. And then all of a sudden there was a different building type. And it really threw me off. So I do think that we do have something that's other than fourplexes or something that's bigger than a fourplex right there in Town and Country. But, aesthetically, you wouldn't realize that it's sixplexes until you're trying to walk them and figure out addresses.
And Ms. I completely agree with you too. I think those that have made those statements, it's that just the reality, it's not going to stay green space. Not that it's being supported just because this is better than what it could be, but it's not going to be just green space. So that needs to be taken into consideration and understood the reality land is going to be developed on. So, but thank you for the clarification. Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay, is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to this item? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is David Jackman. I live at 6320 Anderson. So right in the thick of this whole thing. Yeah. I appreciate you guys listening to our concerns. Hopefully that has an impact on how you vote. Just one quick point. When you were talking about the Gray Oaks homes, $500,000 homes, I invested a lot in my home too. And this home, this thing they're going to build is 43 foot. From my house, from my property, not 400 feet. 43, that's from about that wall to that door. I stepped it off to here for 30 foot. So I'm assuming that's approximately 43 foot for your visual. That wall to that door. We have rental homes. Nobody's brought that up. These are all rental homes. Okay, we have done a little bit of, excuse me, me and my wife have done a little research on Stark Enterprises. This company, this is the first project of this kind that they've done of multifamily homes. They've only done apartment buildings in the past. We pulled a few reviews from Stark Enterprises. I have, I won't read them all. I have 12 pages of reviews and concerns of people talking about scum on the pools, no filter changes, won't change the fire alarms and their things. I'm not going to bore you with that, but if you would like to look at it, I have them right here. There is some misleading information, I believe. For example, we are told that Woodland Park has 3.9 homes per acre. They are proposing 4.4 homes per acre, which is a little misleading because they are using the total project acreage versus the usable acreage. I don't know if you guys got a map of the thing. They have the overhead lines there. they cannot build within those overhead lines. I think it's 10 foot into the overhead lines. So that hinders the building of these homes. So the acreage should not be used in these calculations. Also, there's a separate plat of land west of Woodland Park, which they're counting the pond in that acreage. Can't build on a pond. So if you happen to pull up Google Maps and you take off the acreage, it's approximately 5.5 acres where they're building those 36 units and 2 streets. So the calculations on that is 6.5 units per acre. That's an awful lot per acre. Other misleading information is our distance, which I said just a little bit ago, was looking at the 43.54 foot from our property line to the back of the duplex. So if he's proposing all of this landscaping and stuff, I don't know where it's going to be because of our trees that they don't want to cut to the drip line. You're looking at maybe 8 foot from the back of the house to the drip line. So, I mean, that's just not very much. And they're going to put a wall in there somewhere. There's a page 12 of the preliminary development plan. If you wanted to look at some of those numbers or the distances, that kind of backs me up on that a little bit. And the traffic study, I know you guys have commented on this. Those of you who hadn't had a chance to look at it, 146 units. And this traffic study says that 53 cars will be leaving at peak time in the morning. That just doesn't add up. Only 53 cars, that's like a third of people leaving at peak time in the morning. When everybody's going to work, school, it just doesn't add up. So I believe, some of these unrealistic numbers is misleading to the Shawnee residents and to the city council. So I believe everyone involved in that should maybe take a look at some of these numbers and have a different aspect of that. We also believe that the entrance on the west side near the 64th Street is a traffic hazard. We have seen many car accidents there, hitting curbs. We also seen one young lady that flipped her car over into the pond. Now you guys are offering another exit out from that corner, which would be causing more traffic problems. With all this also being said, their property lines and how many times we have reconfigured school boundaries. My daughter went to 4 elementary schools through 5th grade, and we never moved out of this house. No kid should have to go through boundary changes that much. And this is on the Planning Commission and City Council. Think about the schools before doing all of these projects. We drove through our neighborhood. Arrington Park, to the east of us, has 262 units and still building. Off Johnson Drive and K7, the townhomes, 212 units. Woodland Townhomes by Casey's, approximately 132 units. You guys have also, I believe, have passed the apartments on the Clear Creek Parkway on the other side of K7. That's another 440 some units there. And there's just too many that we're trying to shove into this little area.
I'll need a motion to continue time.
Move to extend.
Second. Motion's been made. We'll take just another 5 minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you. I don't have much more. I also don't feel, and I believe you guys have brought this up, that we know something's going to be built there. We think it should be a better product than this. I don't believe that the developer should be able to threaten you guys by saying, well, if you don't pass this, we're going to build this other thing. If you don't like this, well, we're going to build this other thing. I don't think the city should be threatened in that aspect. That's all I have, and thank you for listening. We need to sign our name here somewhere.
Yes.
Nobody's put their name down.
Are you? Uh-oh.
Hi, Council. Tony Gillette, 21613 West 60th Terrace. I have some friends that live in this general area, and I'm very familiar with this plot of land. I'd like to commend a developer for considering some single family or single floor projects for this development instead of a monstrous 4 or 5 story apartment complex. I know the neighborhood would not stand for that. Just as a point of clarification, my in-laws live at Town and Country. They are fourplexes, all of them. They face driveways up in different areas. So it's a fantastic project, and I would really like to see this area go that way. 6 plexes, in my opinion. The neighbors in this area would be opposed to that greatly. So I'd really recommend that the council send us back to planning and come up with a little bit better plan. You're close, and I like the project overall, but I think 6 plexes is a no-go for a lot of people in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the audience? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
And Mayor, while she's coming up, I will rescind my earlier comments about there being 6 plexes in Town and Countries. I'm looking at a map and I'm not seeing what I saw with my own eyes, and I was probably confused because I was turned around in their very lovely development.
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about though, because it does like change direction, so.
Tracy Jackman, 6320 Anderson Street. Something my husband had forgot to mention is, as he said, we do know that something's going to go in there. Our thing is behind our homes, the west of Woodland Park, that small area that is industrial right now. If you're going to rezone it, we ask that you do it as single family detached, not multi-family, because we're inundated out there now with multifamily homes. Everywhere you turn, it's multifamily homes. And we need single family homes, as you said, in that area. Make that a single family zone. Do your multifamily to the north. You have more space up there to do these duplexes, quadplexes, and hopefully not 6plexes, but that can go to the north and spread it out. Behind this home in that small 5.5 acre lot, you should not have 33 units, 36 units. You should not. That's just too many units for a small area. And to be deceived by the numbers and to be told that our tree line will be saved, you can't predict that it won't kill our trees as soon as they start digging, if they're going to be lower than us. Where is our wash off going to go? Where is the creek that's there? It's just going to be closed off. And that needs to be looked at. If you're going to do rezoning, it should not be for multifamily homes. It should be for single family. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the audience? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Would it be possible to have the developer's representative respond to the residents' concerns? Because I think that there might have been some conversations with the residents, and just like what Councilmember Thomas was asking on the last development, I'd like to know if there was any progress or ideas that came out of those conversations.
So I had, I apologize, Zoom confuses me with 3 or 4 meetings with the 2 meetings with the board, and then a meeting with the entire home association in person at their park. And at that meeting, what I think is always important, of course, for me to consider as a developer when I'm taking public feedback, and I think also from a political body, is we had 5 people of the 70,000 that live in Shawnee oppose and show up at the planning commission meeting. And we have some folks here tonight, of course, as well. But I will tell you, I mean, I was in the meeting with Woodland Park, and the vast majority of the residents, including staff members of the city of Shawnee, who are very familiar with development, who live there, are extremely supportive of this development. There's no threat regarding the prior plan being developed. It's just that's what's going to happen. It's owned by Darryl Rodrock. Darryl Rodrock lives in Florida. If this doesn't get approved, he's going to build what he was going to have, what he was going to do before. He just doesn't want to. He wants to live in Florida. But if he doesn't have a choice, and because this doesn't happen, well, there's no choice then. No one else is going to come back with another multifamily plan. They're going to build the multifamily plan that was passed. And I told the residents after the planning commission meeting that outside on the steps. And you know, I did tell the folks, especially the folks who back up to Anderson, who are very much on my mind. And one of the reasons I took this assignment is because I didn't want Anderson to go through, as it will, to the Rod Rock plan. And so, because and that's not threat, that's just because of the fire structure of the way that plan was developed. And you know, it has to outlet at Anderson in order for that plan to work. And again, it's approved. So I didn't like industrial going on the sister's land, and I don't like. I think this is a better plan than the Rod Rock plan. And so what I told them, and what he was mentioning, the wall. Remember the elevation differential. Well, that's because there's a large retaining wall on our property to the west of the Anderson homes that back up to us. So when we build that wall, then we have to landscape the top of that wall and then stay out of the drip line still. And we're going to put up a steel chain link fence that's going to surround that drip line so that the trees don't die during construction. We're going to stay out of that. But what I would like to do is when we're doing that construction is meet with the neighbors and say, hey, okay, you saw the landscaping plan that, you know, hopefully when we get to final plat was the plan, but let's talk about it now. Because this is where I'm going to dig 2 feet into the earth in order to put an evergreen tree, right? And, you know, I want to have that conversation with folks so that they understand exactly what's happening and this is work for you and whatnot. It wasn't a threat. That was a please, let's cooperate so you all understand what we're doing so that we're all, you know, on the same page with each other. So the entire industry uses usable land, uses total land, not usable land. I mean, I can't do anything about that. That's the way we all measure things. It's not a lie. It's just the way we measure things within our business. And so I can't address that particular issue. Ma'am, is there anything in particular that I'm leaving out? I'm sorry, I don't want to miss one.
I don't think so. I think part of what I would like to hear about, we have so few residents that were able to come tonight to speak. And so we have heard from residents, and I wanted to get your perspective on the conversations with the residents, what compromises have been made. And so I don't know that anything was left out.
I think there's a lot of support for this. And of course, as we all know, unfortunately, serving on these bodies, the supporters don't show up and the opponents do. So I think that's something we have to address.
Kevin, I've heard referenced 6 versus 4 from the residents who spoke and kind of some opposition to the concept of 6 together. Is
the sixplex?
Sixplex. Yeah. So is there a particular reason you chose 6 over 4, which is currently built? Sure. Can you explain that a little bit so I can understand?
I might get these numbers a little bit off, but they're roughly right. The original concept, so remember that and again, I apologize, and I don't know whether staff can pull up the zoning map that kind of shows the PUDMR zoning on the north and the industrial on the south. The PUDMR zoning was part of the overall Gray Oaks plan. So remember, before a single home was built in Gray Oaks, before the Walmart was built or anything else, there were going to be about 250 plus units of multifamily built on this land, okay? When the actual plan came forward to, I'm actually going to do this now, you got to get away from the fuzzy, you know, big picture of the master plan, and you got to say, here's exactly what I'm going to do. When that happened, there was a big fight. And Woodland Park, you know, had extreme opposition to what came through. There was a lot of negotiating going on, and the plan was dropped down to 160, 170. And that's the plan that, you know, again, is currently approved. When we looked at this, you know, when I looked at this with Stark and tried to figure out how to make a better plan, number one, the first idea was to drop the elevation, drop the grade of the land, and drop the roof lines so that there was very, you know, more than half the units, like I said, are all single story. But we also had to keep the number of unit count as high as possible to afford it. Because one thing we're doing is a great deal, millions of dollars of grading of the land. And that just has to do with just the topography. But in order to do that, we had to have some sixplexes in order to even to get to the 144 units, I believe we're at, that, you know, we're currently bringing. And the more we went with just fourplexes, the more we dropped down and the project became economically unviable.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yeah, and looking at your project, Kevin, I don't have any real problems with the development. I only have problems with I'm having problems with the look of it, though. I think there's been a lot of comments made about that. The planning commission pushed back on it. The staff's made some comments on it. I tend to agree with them. Is there a way we can dress this up where it's provides a much better visuals for people driving by or in the neighborhoods that are adjacent to this, and the effects on them actually by having a project that looks like a kind of a very plain kind of construction. Is it possible to do something with that? Would it be worthwhile to remand back to the planning commission to have you take a little shot at that and see what you can bring back before we move forward? Or I'm just kind of, I had a little bit of struggle with the look of it. It's not the architectural design. It's I guess the finish on it. I think Mayor mentioned something like some brick or not brick, a stone, or just something that kind of dulled the thing up a little bit, made it look like a nice, eye-catching development. And I think you'd think that you would want that as well. Something that's kind of eye-catching and really looks first class, and it's not just some basic building stuck in there. I'd like to know where you stand on that, I guess.
So understand that we are not trying to build affordable housing here, but we're trying to build homes that people can afford to live in. And in order to do that, it's not a market rate product from the perspective of, and let me be very careful with that word, that actually sounds bad. It's not like I'm a home builder that right now is being overpaid for every home I build. So if I build a $450,000 house, I'm getting $550 and I know it. Okay. So when we go to the model that we are, which is rental, which is an extremely high demand product, renter by choice is the highest demand residential product in the United States right now. This is not renter by need. This is renter by choice. I am 60 years old and I have been made so many dang offers on my single family home, and I'm tired of plowing the snow. So I'm going to sell my home and I'm going to move into a renter by choice community, a beautiful, wonderful community. If you could pull up, Kayla, if you could pull up that 3D rendering of that kind of overlooks the pool and whatnot. I think it's really, I don't think it's actually a bad looking product. And remember, we meet all city guidelines. This is a really important part. I'm here tonight for rezoning and a preliminary plat when we meet or exceed all city guidelines on building this product. I do understand that some of the folks on planning staff had some issues regarding the design and they wanted us to look at it different than we did. But we also would have built an affordable product. And so one of the things that we did is we took the entire, three sides, the sides and the back, and we moved it from a lower cost material that we still thought was an acceptable material to a higher cost, more durable material. We did that at the request of staff. We added shutters, we added the fencing on the back. All of the sixplexes are broken up now with fencing around the patios and whatnot. And we added shutters on the back. I mean, our backs look better than all of our neighbors, quite frankly, from dressing up the sides and the back perspective. But no, we're not an apartment complex. We're not an apartment complex that is going to be 4 stories like 6016 downtown, where we're using a much greater breadth of materials. But we are 50% stone, and we even wrap the sides, I'm going to say about 4 feet from the front in order to kind of bring that aesthetic around to the sides, none of which was required. So with respect, absolutely, with respect, I really don't want to go back to planning because I know that I can afford to build this project, but I don't know that I can afford, to build something that is different. We're up to a very high cost structure already as we're trying to address this, the grading issues that we're dealing with. And this is the sign, and I'm not sure if staff can zoom in or whatnot, but I think 3D designs are, I'm sorry about the 2D designs. That's just part of, growing, that's just part of doing projects is we start with these 2D projects that get incorporated in the staff report. But I don't think that building looks bad. I think it looks really nice. And I think that people are going to really love to live there.
So to add to some of your renters by choice feedback that I had gotten pre-COVID when I was doing the town halls and stuff out west, is that we had several folks that I hadn't even thought of, a demographic, executive level people that either through divorce or whatever reason wanted to stay in the area because they had kids in the DeSoto School District and they didn't have any place to live because the greens out there were full. There was a waiting list. There was another executive who had sold their house because they were building another house out west and had no place to rent, to keep kids in the school district while they were building their new home. So that's some of the renters by choice that I heard from when I was out there doing a town hall. And then the other thing, I just want to add that any developer ever threatens me, you have completely lost my support. The reason that I always like to ask the question for the record of what could be done now versus what you're bringing before me is because I want to make sure that what you're bringing before me is better than what you could do if we said no, and not worse. So that is why I always ask that question. So yeah, if you ever even had a thought of threatening me, you better think again because it's not going to get you.
Wouldn't even cross my mind.
Any other comments or questions from Councilmember Jenkins?
Yeah, this isn't necessarily on what Kevin's doing here, but it's related from one of the comments that was made by one of the public, and that was that area that's zoned for industrial. Maybe we should be taking a look at that based upon what happens with Mr. Tubesing's project, if that gets approved, and are we still going to be having this potential industrial site? I mean, within a stone's
Not
throw.
more
of
than
where we're
just
at?
there. It's
Pardon me?
most of the sisters area, everything to the west.
Yeah, I just wonder if we maybe ought to be looking at rezoning that property as part of, when we do our next cleanup of our zoning.
I think staff is addressing it in the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Very good.
Yeah, I just think I said we ought to address, since it was raised, it was a good point. Maybe we ought to latch onto it and make sure it doesn't escape us and we get something done on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We do not have a motion on the floor, right? Okay, I couldn't remember before because I know Councilmember Larson had additional comments. Okay, so at this point, I will accept a motion.
Move to approve to rezone.
Second.
Motion has been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Let's do a roll call. Councilmember Thomas.
Nay.
Councilmember Zimmerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Kemling.
Nay.
Councilmember Larson Manel.
Aye.
Councilmember Napa.
Nay.
Councilmember Constance.
Aye.
Councilmember Chauffey.
Aye.
5 votes required to approve. Motion passes. Item number 3 is to consider ordinance number 3375 PUD 21000004 rezoning from agricultural to planned unit development mixed residential for the Shawnee Senior Villas housing development proposed in the 6300 block of Mauer Road. On July 7, 2021, Planning Commission recommended 8-0. The governing body approved the rezoning subject to the conditions in the staff report. 5 votes are required to approve the rezoning. Because the Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezoning request, it would take 6 votes to deny the rezoning. The governing body can also vote to remand the item back to the Planning Commission for review of specific issues or concerns by a simple majority vote of those present and voting. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Councilmember Thomas.
Is there a presentation? No? Yes?
Hello, my name's Andrew Danner, 5775 Northwest 64th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I don't have a huge presentation. Staff did a great one at Planning Commission. I do want to thank staff for all their work on this. One of the greatest compliments you can get as a developer is when you come in with your new idea and they compliment you. We've seen tens and tens of plans on this property, and this is the first one we've liked and the first one that we think we can support that actually fits within the overall area, meets the comprehensive plan, and meets the long-term plan, providing senior housing to help open up existing housing, as the mayor said earlier, and things of that nature. So it's also, we didn't have anybody, and we even got Mr. Howard Mann to give us a great compliment in the Shawnee Mission Post. And as I was told, that is very hard to get. So I should be excited. But regardless of that, we think this is a great product that's going to provide seniors with a nice place to live and stay in Shawnee, as the mayor had mentioned before. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I don't see anyone from the council that has any questions or comments. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Thomas.
So this is for seniors?
Yes, ma'am, 55 and older.
And are there elevators inside?
Yes, ma'am. There's an elevator, and then on each of the elevator or each of the stair shafts for the fire is where we're going to do our storm shelter.
And so each unit, not necessarily handicap approved, but are there?
We like to call it universal design. So we do have, required by code certain ADA units and whatnot, but all of them are what we like to call universal design or adaptable. So there's extra backer board in the bathrooms if they need grab bars and different things like that for anything. It is not assisted living. It is, on your own.
Okay, and looking at this rendering, I really don't see many, maybe it's the rendering perspective, but patios.
As far as
Are there balconies?
there's not huge balconies on them. No, we've found that they don't get used as often as you think, and it ends up having more stuff hanging off of it and not as sightly and harder to keep up.
And I noticed that for 55 plus, I would expect to see some type of covered parking for our older folks. I don't see covered parking, nor do I see garages.
Yeah, no garages. Well, how the lay of the land with the streams buffer zone and all that we're not even touching, and then the telephone poles going through it make it very, very difficult to add a lot to this property as of usable acres for us to actually use with the right of way we need to dedicate, along with the stream buffer zones and the utility poles. It makes it extremely prohibitive. If we could have put more units on it, we would have loved to, but it's just not feasible. And we think this is a great infill development to eat up a lot and give the seniors a lot of outdoor exterior space, walking trails and things like that we've accommodated in here. But if we had more room, we'd love to offer more amenities to anybody that we could there, but it makes it really difficult in providing those with the setbacks and requirements and the difficult nature of this lot in general. And we worked with staff very, very diligently on this over many months to make sure we could even fit it in here to make it work to where it's at today and get the fire access as required and all that stuff, which is why you have the accommodated drive lane around there. If we didn't have that drive lane on the north side, we probably could have fit in some garages or some covered parking and things like that nature, but it just makes it very difficult with the nature of the site, unfortunately.
I find it interesting that it's 55 plus and there's no covered parking or garage access at all.
Yes, ma'am, and we could look at that on part of it, but a lot of our parking is underneath the power lines, which we can't put any structures underneath the power lines, which makes it, again, extremely difficult.
Interesting. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Councilmember Larson Bonnell?
So in the line of thinking that Councilmember Thomas had, I heard you say that if they need to make modifications to their space, that they can do things like add grab bars. I don't want to ask if this is ADA accessible because I understand there are different levels of ADA depending on the building type. So let me ask some really specific questions. Do you have zero entry to get into the building, or
Yes,
is there
ma'am.
a step required? Okay.
Then there's an elevator that goes up
And-
all floors with the thresholds at the
Okay,
half inch into the doors and everything like that.
good. And is the elevator large enough to accommodate mobility assistance devices, whether it be a wheelchair, walker?
Absolutely, it has to be. Yep.
Related to Councilmember Thomas's question again about garages. Well, can you tell us a little bit about how the site is going to be managed? One of the things that I get concerned about is ice, and especially when people are walking from their apartments to a car and even around their cars. So how is this going to be managed? Is it?
So we have a full-time property manager and full-time property maintenance person. And we would more than likely, I don't see our maintenance guy, taking a truck out there, but we would hire a third-party snow removal. But obviously with the walkways and things along those natures, we would be sweeping and making sure they're clean. If a senior happened to need assistance with something, I'm sure our property manager and maintenance person would be able to help them with it. Remember, it is 55 and older. It doesn't mean everybody's 70, 80, 90, or even destitute.
And thank you for that clarification. So important. Anybody that's 55 would not want to be called old. Yeah. So, okay. Yes, about modification. I think that was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Comments from council? Councilmember Thomas?
Yes, one more. Sorry about that. And I'm 58, so. I'll stay where I'm at. Anyway, I think another thing in reading through multi-list and realtors across the United States, you know, what are some of the benefits that you're offering? What are some of the amenities here that you're offering inside the unit? If there's very minimal balconies for older folks to come out and enjoy from their apartment, they would have to leave their apartment to come out and enjoy a larger space. What are you offering them? Because the drawing looks kind of like a hotel, actually. You know, the way it's laid out.
Staff really, I mean, we really spiced it up with everything staff wanted us to add and the roof lines and the changes.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it got dressed up really nicely. I think it's a little nicer than some hotels, most hotels. But we're going to offer in this facility, we're going to have a community game room, activity room with the storm shelters on both ends. All units will have washers and dryers, you know, kitchen appliances, you know, hall closets, full baths, a laundry list of things like that, along with the nature walk that we're providing, and then the ample open green space, whether they want to play with the grandkids or whatnot, or have people over. So we'll offer those along with, you know, computer space and things like that for individuals to use. I mean, obviously they do lots of games and different events and things like that in communities like this, and we hope our residents use them.
Well, that's what I was trying to tell, and he said they're real small. Yeah, just from the drawing, it was a little bit hard to see. And is there any way to have? My mom's 83. I would walk away.
Yeah,
from here
yes,
because
ma'am. I
there's
mean,
no covered park.
obviously, I don't think, you know, it has to go back to a ton of stuff if we want to come back in after we get this rezoned, because this is really about the rezoning. If we want to retool and add a couple, I mean, the biggest thing will be how many we can fit and where we can fit them, and if the fire department's okay with them. Do I want them? I'd love to put them in there. Can I guarantee you that I can with the site restrictions that are here? I can't right now because of the utility lines and the way everything lays out. And again, as staff has pointed out many times, it's a very, very, very difficult site that has had lots and lots of options on it. And I think staff would agree with me in saying, and you can add that this is the best plan that they've seen on this. And we feel that it is very good for the community overall, with the current zoning districts all around it, et cetera, and helping seniors stay in Shawnee.
Hope we can see something.
If I can, I will. That I promise.
Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item number 4 is to consider ordinance number 3376 RZ21000004, rezoning from single-family residential to town square to town home development proposed to 5700 King Street. July 7, 2021, Planning Commission recommended 8-0. Governing body approved the rezoning subjects to the conditions in the staff report. 5 votes are required to approve the rezoning. Because the Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezoning request, it would take 6 votes to deny the rezoning. The governing body can also vote to remand the item back to Planning Commission for review of specific issues or concerns by a simple majority vote or those present and voting. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes, just want to emphatically make one requirement here, and that is that the people that live in this area have repeatedly addressed the issue of parking in the vicinity of this building. And I would like to know that we are going to make good, because this falls in the lap of the city. This is our call, not the developer's call, on how we deal with the public streets adjacent to this facility. And I want to make sure we go on record as saying that we are going to establish some no parking signs out there and make it so that there is trafficability for emergency vehicles and so on. So do we have that assurance?
Kevin Manning, Deputy Public Works Director. Yes, we are going to be basically going back, and if this is approved and built, we're going to go back and look at parking and see what needs to be done. We don't necessarily want to go in and restrict parking on a lot of adjacent residential streets right now due to the fact that there are existing residents that do park there. And so we are always going to make sure that fire apparatus and emergency vehicles can get down streets. That is a top priority for us. But we also don't want to basically restrict parking in front of residential houses where people may want to park there. If this is built and we do have an issue at that point, we can look at some options on restricting parking, but we don't want to basically go overboard and then have residents frustrated that they can't park out in front of their own homes.
Okay, but we are making a commitment that if it is an issue, we are going to take care of that and post the appropriate signage.
Yes.
I want to go on record with that. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to this item? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Oh, sorry, Jason, I couldn't tell it was you. Yeah, come on. It's a dark corner and I don't have my glasses on.
I think it's scary that I've been here enough that you know what I look like that well. So. Jason Swords, Sunflower Development Group, 1125 Grand Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri, 64106. Thank you, Mayor and members of council for your time this evening. I believe the last project that we looked to do on this site was a project, a 5-story building north of 200 units. That was before you last November. So we've spent the last 9 months really trying to figure out what it is that we can build here and get neighborhood support. And I believe we've done that. We have come up with a 26-unit townhome plan with the units to the north side of the property as tuck under parking with a 2-story view from 57th Street. And then the buildings that will line on the east and west side are 2 stories with parking in the back surface and both garage. We've had a number of meetings with neighbors. Councilman Jenkins and Councilwoman Thomas were there. We heard loud and clear that everything had to be 2 stories, no higher. So we've modified our plan and we believe that we've got a good mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units here. And we hope that you would approve it tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. I know the site inside and out. So
I just want to take a moment to thank you for working with the residents and the governing body and the staff to bring something that I feel is a better fit for our community. I feel that it ties in Shawneetown with downtown very well and with the older homes that are in the area and everything. And I just think it's a much better fit. And I am very grateful that you were willing to make these accommodations and it could still work for you and work better for us. So thank you. Councilmember Nappen.
Yeah, I'll just second what the mayor just said. I'm glad you didn't walk away. And it's a really good example. As I mentioned earlier, I don't like the idea of approving one thing under the threat that we could get something worse. This is a really good example of where you didn't walk away, you worked with them, and it's a product I think we're all excited about. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to Ward 2. We're happy to have you coming in, Jason. I think you just did a great job working with the folks and working with myself and the rest of us that were having some difficulties with the other project that you had proposed before. So appreciate your due consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on all those, I really do appreciate you coming back with a plan that was quite a bit different than the original. Half the time we tell a developer to get something different, they knock off 1 or 2 units and say, here, we fixed everything. And so I really do appreciate you looking at this, not walking away and coming back with something that's more fitting for the area. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to totally agree with that. And I know you took some bruises and some punches and you've come back and always continued to communicate. And thus far, you've held true to your word. And you weren't afraid to go back and start over. And I think that could be a lesson learned by some developers that we deal with and we have dealt with here tonight. I think listening to the public and understanding where they're coming from and why, and then addressing that in a creative way, I think you've done a great job.
this many compliments, I'll keep coming back. So this,
We're done.
don't normally get this. Thank you.
I don't see any more compliments for you here tonight, so you've reached your limit. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see anybody else raise their hand. Anybody else from the audience that'd like to speak on this item? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Tony Gillette, 21613 West 60th Terrace. As a resident of Ward 1, I also would like to thank the developer for coming back with a fantastic project that is a fantastic fit and feel for the neighborhood, and I think that's really important. But I'd also like to recommend from King Street to Flint Street on 57th Street, the residents there, their biggest gripe is and worry is that there's parking on that street. You can't get 3 cars to go or 4 cars to go by on that street. So I'd like to get it on a record that that part of 57th Street is really worked on from a traffic standpoint. So thank you.
Anyone else from the audience that like to speak to this item? Seeing none. Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is staff items. Item number 1 is to consider updates to contract number 2020-011 Shawnee Entrepreneurial and Economic Development seed agreement with Sancho Streetside. On February 24, 2020, governing body approved seed agreement in the amount of $31,500 in the form of a downtown lease assistance program. Sancho's intends to relocate to a new location within Shawnee, and staff is seeking direction on how to proceed with the agreement. Staff is seeking direction on this item. Do we have a presentation? Councilmember Jenkins.
No, good. If you have questions, go ahead, or we can
I
walk.
already have a question. I was just going to discuss it briefly. I think we could support this, them maintaining the seed agreement, not dealing with the clawback provisions and so on, because what we're talking about is a enterprise here in downtown Shawnee that's pretty much staying in downtown. They're moving a little out of downtown on Neiman Road, but it's it's the same restaurant and provide the same services and the same employees and everything else. And it's going to vacate some space there in on the corner of Neiman and Johnson Drive. But I think there's a lot of options for us utilizing that space. So I don't think that creates a hindrance for us in any way, shape, or form. So my recommendation is that we just go ahead and maintain the seed agreement as is and just transfer it to the other property. What is the Garrett building that is where they're going to be moving to, and that's what I'd like to see done.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything Mr. Jenkins just said, but just to clarify, I might feel differently if it was going to be vacant. So do we have a tenant coming in?
Excuse me, we do have some interest in that facility currently that they're working on to replace Sancho's with the new tenant. So.
Councilmember Chalfie, then Councilmember Zimmerman.
I agree also. I don't feel like we should make Sancho's repay the part that they've already received. I was a little hesitant at first, but I clarified with Nolan that the intent of the seed agreement was lease assistance as opposed to physical structural things happening with their building. So I don't feel like we're out that they've provided a great business here and they're going to provide a great business just down the road a little bit. So I would like to continue and honor the remainder of the agreement.
Councilmember Zimmerman.
Likewise.
Okay. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion has been.
Do we need to clarify?
And I'm sorry, my iPad's going through. Can we clarify it's option 2 you're referencing?
Right. I didn't give it a
Move to
number, but I had it in
approve.
front of me to
Yeah,
remember
I'm
which one
sorry.
we did.
Move to approve option 2.
Second.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
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 Nay. Motion passes. Item number 2 is to consider approving additional funds for the 2020-2021 traffic signal street maintenance services contract. Contract was approved by the governing body on October 12, 2020, amount of $150,000. An additional $98,000 is being requested to replace rusting poles, aging wires, and service boxes. Additional funds are available in the Public Works budget. Recommended action is consider approving the additional funds. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Councilmember Thomas?
I do have a question in that we approved this just, 8 or 9 months ago, and we're needing a 65% increase in funding to, I assume, complete it. You know, how did we get off 65%? Because it doesn't seem that the rusting poles, aging wires, and service boxes have been an unknown at the time that this was initially approved last October.
Do you want to?
You ought to just keep a seat in the front row.
Kevin Manning, Deputy Public Works Director again. That is correct. So basically, we were aware that we were going to have some maintenance issues with a lot of the Evergy equipment that we purchased. I think we're finding that we're having more than we anticipated, and a lot of that is underground troubleshooting. We're having a wire that has been like clipped or something in the past, and it's failing, and we're having to go in and determine where that is. Some of the information we got from Evergy was also incomplete, and so I would say that we're having to probably spend a little bit more effort and labor into troubleshooting those issues than we have with our own system, where we have better records. But that is basically why we're coming back and asking for more money. As mentioned, this is funds that we're kind of reallocating within the Public Works budget. If approved by the governing body, we're not asking for additional total funds to the budget.
I just wanted, because I read this over a couple of times and it sounded like what we approved was intended to cover this project, but then we're coming back with 65% more. And, it goes from 150,000 to 248,000. That's a significant jump. So
it is.
That's my reason for asking. And the rusty poles and old wiring seems like should have been an obvious point. But I agree with it. I just wanted to ask the question.
Yeah, you are correct. Maintenance is more than we anticipated, and I think next year in the budget you'll see a larger number for this contract.
Is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those
Aye.
in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item number 3 is to consider bids award contract number 2021-059 with Pavement Management LLC for the 2021 crack seal project. 3 bids were received. Staff recommends awarding the contract to Pavement Management LLC in the amount of $108,196.95. Recommended action is to consider approving and authorize the mayor to sign the contract as approved by the city attorney. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Anyone from the audience like to speak to this item? Accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item number 4 is consider ordinance numbers 3377, 3378, 3379, 3380, and 3381, amending various sections of the Shawnee Municipal Code related to alcohol sales, newspaper racks, tennis courts, and the allowance of golf carts on residential streets. Recent changes to state law allow packaged beer and liquor stores to begin as early as 9 a.m. An amendment to the SMC is required the governing body wishes to allow for earlier sales. Staff is also proposing the repeal of Chapter 5.44 related to the newspaper racks and Chapter 12.16 related to tennis courts. Staff's also seeking direction on the allowance of golf carts on residential streets. Staff has a short presentation on the recommended items.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Stephen Powell, Deputy City Manager. Thanks for letting me be here virtually to present this item. I have a number of other staff members who are available to present and or ask questions as we go along. Again, as the mayor said, this item will be making or proposing rather several updates to the municipal code related to alcohol control, newspaper racks, tennis courts, and a discussion on allowing golf carts on city streets. Next slide. Thank you. First off, the updates to Chapter 5.08, alcohol control. This chapter in the municipal code regulates the sale and consumption of zero malt beverages and alcoholic liquor within the city. Recently, just this year, Senate Bill 2137 amended the Kansas Liquor Control Act and the Club and Drinking Establishment Act, and that requires several updates to our code in order for us to be in compliance with that bill. Essentially, the Senate bill allows liquor stores to sell zero malt beverage for off-premise consumption. It also allows other licensed entities to sell CMB for on-premise consumption, and it modifies the hours that packaged cereal malt beverages and liquor can be sold on Sunday. So staff is proposing 2 separate ordinances related to alcohol control. The first is related to various cleanups to be in compliance with the new Senate bill. The second is a policy question for the governing body on whether or not you all would like to allow for earlier sales of packaged CMB and liquor on Sundays. Next slide. So this is the first ordinance, and basically it's a cleanup to the code in order for us to be in compliance with the new Senate bill. There are several changes to Chapter 5.08. that are identified on this slide. Essentially, we need to modify the definition of alcoholic liquor retailer, which is essentially a liquor store that allows them to sell packaged CMB. The second is to amend Chapter 5.08.100 to clarify that drinking establishments, caterers, and Class A and B clubs do not need a separate license to sell CMB. The third is to amend subsection 115. That is removing the qualifications for the CMB license and referencing the qualifications that are in the state CMB Act. We're proposing this change because if the state changes their qualifications, then that means we would have to change our municipal code. So rather than go through that process, we'll just reference the qualifications that are in the state's code. The next one, oh, can you go back one more? I'm sorry. Thank you. The next one is to amend subsection 210 that allows alcoholic liquor retailers or liquor stores to sell CMB. And the last is to modify various sections to allow private clubs, drinking establishments, caterers, and temporary permit holders to sell CMB for on-premise consumption in addition to liquor. Next slide. The second ordinance for this chapter is a policy question for the governing body. Under the new Senate bill, packaged CMB and liquor can be sold as early as 9 a.m. on Sundays. We've received several requests from licensed retailers in the city to update the code, and several other neighboring cities have made this change. On the slide, you'll see the modification to the code language, where for packaged cereal malt beverage, this is for off-premise consumption. It would be allowed on Sundays, except Easter Sundays, as early as 9 a.m. For packaged alcoholic liquor for off-premise consumption, it would be allowed on Sunday, except Easter Sunday, as early as 9 a.m. And we would maintain that no sales would be allowed on Easter Sunday, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day. Next slide. The next section of the code that we're recommending be amended is Chapter 5.44, which pertains to newspaper racks. The proposed ordinance repeals this chapter because we only had, for many years, only one company that permitted newspaper racks, which was the Kansas City Star. They have since pulled all of their newspaper racks, and we feel that these devices could be better regulated under the existing Chapter 12.06 right-of-way management. And so we are recommending that the governing body repeal Chapter 5.44. Next slide. This next item is to repeal Chapter 12.16, which is related to tennis courts. Recently, the Parks and Recreation Department made upgrades to all of our tennis courts, and so they now double as pickleball courts. Staff is recommending that these courts can be better regulated under Chapter 12.12, Parks and Cemeteries, specifically subsection 15 related to rules and regulations. These rules and regulations would be posted on signs at the courts. Therefore, staff is recommending that the governing body repeal Chapter 12.12. Next slide. I think it was 12.16, you're right. This next section, I will turn over to Steve Walsh in the police department to discuss the allowance of golf carts, micro utility vehicles on residential streets.
I'll take this one, Stephen. This is Sam Larson, Chief of Police. Just want to talk about a potential change in the city ordinance on golf carts. I know a few of you have had inquiries from residents on whether they're allowed or not. I've talked to some of you about it, and I've had conversations with residents about it. So the conversation is, do we allow golf carts? Today, the ordinance is rather confusing. It says they are allowed, but only if speeds under 30 miles an hour. In reality, they're not because the council has not approved that. So we'd like to have you consider allowing them on golf carts and micro utility vehicles, which would be like a Kawasaki Mule or something similar to that, on city streets with a speed limit of 25 miles an hour. I asked our traffic unit to look into this, and they looked at neighboring cities. There are a few cities smaller than us that allow them, but 2 cities in Johnson County that do allow them are Olathe and Lenexa. Lenexa's speed limit is 25 miles an hour, and Olathe allows them at speeds of 30 miles an hour. Again, our recommendation is a speed of 25 miles an hour. Next slide, please. That's what we just talked about there. One change that we are going to add to the language that's in the current traffic ordinance is that they not only do they have to, if they operate at night, not only do they have to have a proper lighting, but they have to be utilizing that lighting, meaning they can't be a golf cart without the headlights on. They have to be utilizing those headlights and taillights. The driver has to be a valid driver's license operator, meaning children can't drive them. Have to have insurance on those. Next slide, please. They cannot cross the K7 highway. They can cross the couple sections down here. It talks about crossing a street. So if you're on a 25 miles an hour street and you cross, say, a Woodland or a Monticello, you can cross that street. You just can't be driving perpendicular to this. You cannot be on those streets that are higher than 25 miles an hour. They are limited to the number of seats in the vehicle. So bench seats, 3 people. There's 2 up front. 5 people can be on that. And it doesn't apply to government entities. We can drive the police department mule or fire department medic mule we can go anywhere as we're doing business. The other part to think about on this is all traffic codes apply to these, meaning open container of alcohol and DUI can occur on a golf cart while operating on a city street. So the thought of people driving around openly drinking, if that occurs, it's no different than if we stop them in a car. We can cite them for open container and potentially a DUI. In fact, we have arrested somebody for DUI in a golf cart after he about hit one of our police cars. Next slide.
Can we go back one, Chief?
Yes.
On the one where it says this provision of this section shall not prohibit a vehicle from crossing a street or highway. I thought we just said we can.
Correct. And Steve Walsh can get into this if you don't. My response doesn't make sense. According to the state statute, a street or a highway is not a K7 highway or a 435 highway. The traffic ordinance, a street or a highway applies to any roadway that a car operates on. So the top one talks about federal highways and interstate highways or a state highway. That is K7 or 435. So according to state statute and the traffic ordinance, a street or a highway applies to a roadway that cars operate on.
So we don't need to clarify that further for residents to understand not to be crossing K7.
If you want that, we can change this to whatever you'd like if you think you do. I think the first section talks about that, but
I did too, but I mean, when we got there, I stopped. I'm like, well, we just said we can't do highway, but then we can. So will Joe Citizen do the same? I don't know if we need to clarify that, or is it just me? I think
so this is an example of what the what's currently in this traffic ordinance and what Olathe and Lenexa have. We changed it a little bit, and that's definitely something we can look at and change that.
Even just add the definition of highway, like what you were just talking about.
Yeah, I believe.
Maybe even just add.
I think clarifying it and adding, we can probably do both and come up with a solution to that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Napa and then Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you. So I've kind of been a proponent of this, of getting this on the agenda for a while. I've had several residents reach out to me, so excited to see it. I like what you've come up with. I really like the idea of loosening the rule to allow it and maybe being stricter on people 16 and under, because I do see a lot of that, and that's where I think we run into problems and residents get frustrated, cartloads of kids. But so that when you look at the enforcement, that would be nice. And then the one question I have, you still see a lot of people driving on the sidewalks. So the sidewalk is illegal for them to be on.
Correct. No sidewalks, no city parks, no trails. They are illegal on those. That's correct.
Okay.
They're also, yes, exactly. So, but they're also illegal on the road now. So we don't know if people are driving on the sidewalks because they'd rather be on a sidewalk than on the street. I don't know, but they're maybe if they are legal on the street, they won't drive on the sidewalk as much. They won't drive on the city trails as often, so because they can.
Completely agree. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to throw out that maybe an easy sort of clarification could be in that second bullet point, the provisions of this section shall not prohibit a vehicle from crossing a street or highway other than those mentioned above. An interstate highway, a federal highway, or a state highway.
Do we need to, do you think for Joe Citizen, do we need to clarify what that means? Or can we just specifically say in the city of Shawnee, you can't cross 435, K7, we just specifically mention the highway?
I doubt there are going to be an additional highway added to the city anytime soon. So if we add those two, I would imagine that would suffice. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Larson Bonnell.
I am curious about how we made the distinction between the 25 and 30 miles. And the reason that I ask this is some people do actually use their golf carts to get to a golf course. I know that that's the minority actually, but if you are in my neighborhood, for instance, it is still very rural. There's nothing there, but the way that it's currently written with the 25 miles an hour, somebody in my neighborhood would not be able to get to the greens because they would have to go up Gleason. Because not all the roads connect there.
Right.
And it did make me kind of second guess whether we should be at 25 or 30 for this. And I'm wondering how you all made that distinction, or how you picked one versus the other.
Well, I understand that. We thought there'd be a lot more people taking their golf carts to other establishments that they probably shouldn't be and partaking in food and beverage as opposed to driving them to a golf course. So we thought that the intent of this to get them in their neighborhoods, not really to drive across Shawnee in them, it's to get out into the neighborhood. And, you know, I have a friend that lives in Lenexa in a neighborhood that allows them. They have golf cart parades quite often, and it's a neighborhood thing. It's not I'm going to drive this from 79th and Clare to West Flanders Park and enjoy the park. You're going to bring your car for that. So the intent is to kind of keep them locally in the neighborhood and not really to use as a vehicle to drive across the city.
Yeah, I just think that the greens it's 8 blocks away. I mean, it's from the back of our subdivision, it's actually less. It's just that it doesn't connect because the roads haven't been developed and we don't connect yet. I guess I would ask that there be a little bit of leniency for people that are actually trying to get to a golf course in a golf cart on some of the more rural areas. But if there isn't sort of the political willpower to codify that 30 miles, I'm not going to push. I'm excited about this as it is. So thank you.
It actually concerns me a great deal, but because I don't even know how, I've never read in a golf cart, but how fast do they go? I don't even know. I have no idea.
The electric ones can really get some speed pretty quickly, but most of them are regulated to only go so fast.
So I guess the question is, do these vehicles have seat belts? Or if it's because I read in here a bench seat, so you could have 3 people in it. Are there seat belts for 3 people?
The ones I've been in do not have seat belts. I'm not sure if the ones they're selling now that are marketed for this type thing, if they have them or not. Some, what we're calling micro utility vehicles, the UTVs, those have seat belts in them. I know that. True golf cart, I don't know that they do or not.
So there's a benefit. I don't, where I live, I don't hear anybody, I don't see people riding golf carts, but I guess so.
There's a lot, even in my neighborhood, there's a lot.
My 0 turn, golf cart.
Any other questions? Next slide. Back to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Sam. So this last slide is just the various recommendations that are listed in your packet for the 5 ordinances that staff is proposing.
Questions or Councilmember Thomas?
On tennis, what is it? Why do we need to repeal 1216 just because we're adding in pickleball court? I mean, how are the regulations different that we would need to totally repeal that instead of just add pickleball courts to the ordinance?
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. I'll let Brett McCubbin take that question. I believe he's on the call.
Yes. Can you hear me, Stephen? Brett McCubbin, Manager of Parks and Facilities. That code regulated what activities could happen on tennis courts and basically excluded everything except tennis. And so we didn't want that to regulate the new activities since we've got the pickleball lines. And another thing that Ellis found was the penalty was quite harsh in that and not in line with the current code to where a violation would be a municipal offense rather than, I think it called out a Class C misdemeanor or a certain class of misdemeanor on that. So that's where this, by eliminating that ordinance, those will be regulated just like the park rules are regulated under section 12.015, where they are regulated at the discretion of the Parks and Recreation Director and enforced by the police department. And any offense to those rules will be a municipal offense rather than a misdemeanor.
Don't play the wrong ball tennis court. Mo will get you. So really the reason we're repealing it is because of attached violation fines. I mean, you know, you can add the word "in pickleball." That wouldn't be that big a deal to go through the whole hullabaloo of repealing an ordinance, but it's because of the fines. Is that really why we're doing it?
Well, it's something that we discovered when we were looking at getting new signs made. We thought that's an interesting ordinance that the existing signs cite, and so we went to the code, and it was discovered that we had our own. The tennis courts had their own ordinance, which is not how we typically regulate different areas of our parks with separate ordinances. This kind of brings them into alignment where rules and regulations are established and enforced rather than ordinances passed to regulate things like tennis courts and playgrounds and stuff like that.
Okay, gotcha.
Are we able to approve this entire block of recommendations or do we need to do them separately? Because I'm happy to make a motion.
I'm going to be the really bad guy. It needs to be separate. I'm sorry, they're each ordinances.
Okay, there are 5. Anyone from the audience want to speak to this item? Seeing none, there are 5 recommended actions to consider. First recommended action is to consider approving ordinance number 3377, repealing 1216 of the Shawnee Municipal Code regarding tennis courts.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion has been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Second recommended action is to consider ordinance number 3378, amending various sections of chapter 5.08 of the Shawnee Municipal Code related to alcohol control in the order to remain in compliance with state law. Does anyone? Yes, we already spoke all this. I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion has been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Third recommended action is consider ordinance number 3379, amending various sections of chapter 5.08 of the Shawnee Municipal Code to allow for earlier sale of packaged cereal malt beverages, packaged alcohol liquors as allowed under state law. I'll accept a motion.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Fourth recommended action is consider ordinance number 3380, repealing chapter 5.44 of Shawnee Municipal Code regarding newspaper racks. I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Final recommended actions consider ordinance number 3381, amending chapter 10.04 of Shawnee Municipal Code to allow for and regulate the operation of golf carts, micro utility trucks, and worksite utility vehicles on the city streets. I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Item number 5 is to consider revisions to policy statement 7, PS7, conduct.
Mayor, just
Yes, sir.
before we go on to the next item, city staff was asking our guidance on that 9 a.m. Did that get incorporated in the ordinance since we passed the ordinance? We never did actually talk about that. I was just curious if we needed to give you specific guidance on that. So we've already passed it then. Okay, good. Thank you.
That was Councilmember Jenkins for the record. Thank you, Councilmember. Item 5, consider revisions policy statement 7, conduct of public meetings, to consider changing date and time for council committee meetings due to scheduling conflicts for the planning commission. It was suggested that the council committee meeting be held on the same night as city council meeting. Staff is seeking direction on this item. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Anyone from the audience like to speak? Yeah, Councilmember Larson Bennett.
So so what we're asking here is to move our council committee meetings to be directly before our council meetings as opposed to the planning commission meetings.
No, the council meeting would be first. The council committee meetings would be at the
Oh, wow.
So that way we don't have to recess, do our council meeting, and then come back into a council committee meeting. We're going to go through a council meeting, then through a council committee meeting. So we're not recessing and going back and forth between meetings.
I am really, I don't understand why we would be moving in this direction. Other than, yes, we're here and our schedules are taken care of. Our meetings already run pretty long as it is. And the change that we've had since changing our structure, when we've been running up to the planning commission meetings, that wasn't so great. But I don't think that the answer is to kind of load everything onto a single night. And I'm really curious to hear what other people's thoughts are on this.
So what I have, I did go back to look at the times. What I have acknowledged, most of our council meetings, exception tonight, because we had several new developments and things like that. For the most part, our council meetings are done in less than an hour. Our council committee meetings, up until the budget meetings, have all been able to be done in less than an hour. We would now be having 2 meetings a month that we can discuss council committee meetings versus 1 meeting a month. So right now, if we're able to do it in an hour, we could do it in a half hour. If we do know that we have a council meeting that has a highly contested item and or a committee meeting that has a highly contested item, we can do that meeting on a different night, or obviously not do them on the same night to where the meeting is going to go long. But my prediction would be we're currently, most meetings are done in an hour. If the committee section is done within a half hour, we're looking at an hour and a half meeting. Councilmember Napa.
What time would the city council meeting start?
6.
I mean, to your point, if we have a hotly contested item, we can add another meeting. So, I mean, I'd be fine with it.
Councilmember Chaffee.
I have to say, at first, when I saw this, I didn't think I would love the idea. I had to actually make myself a little chart to understand the current and the 2 proposed options. I'm all about knocking things out while we're all here. So honestly, I am not opposed to either of the options. I guess I just would like a little clarification on sort of staff's, I don't know, the pros and cons of having council followed by committee or having it sort of be a combined meeting where committee items are a subsection of the council agenda.
Well, I think either way, the committee meeting should go at the end. Otherwise, we're going to have to be recessing if we run over, do our council meeting, then recess that, then go into a committee. So I think the committee should be at the end, regardless of whether it's part of the council meeting or whether it's a separate meeting. And then Councilmember Jenkins, do you want to respond?
Thank you. You know, as we've kind of worked through this, you know, it's really kind of really the direction of the council. Do you want kind of a clear separation in terms of kind of really true separate meetings? We're just kind of working it into the single meeting and just having kind of that separate heading. So, you know, we've gone back and forth. I think it's really up to the council in terms of, do they want that, you know, like true separation between the 2 styles of meetings?
And to clarify, anything discussed in the council committee meeting would be the same as it is now. We're not taking any formal action. It would be moved to the next meeting. And as always, if we find that this does not work for us, we can change it. Councilmember Jenkins and then Councilmember Thomas.
Couple comments. First comment would be that I think it's essential that they're separate meetings, and we can have them, if you have them the same night, whatever, if that's what everybody wants to do. But I think we should keep them separate and distinct because they serve different purposes, actually. So I think it's really important to do that. The other item I wanted to just throw out there for everybody to mull over is that, what about these executive sessions? Holy smokes, I can just imagine if we're getting ready to go into council committee meeting here pretty soon, and then we're going to have an executive session on top of that. Wow, it's going to turn into a marathon. So I don't know, I got a little bit of concern about it. I'm willing to cooperate and graduate with the rest of the gang here, if that's what they want to do, but not so much on the separate, they need to be separate meetings. That part I don't feel like I want to compromise on, but the the other thing, but I would like some discussion on what we're going to do about these executive sessions. We're doing one about every month now. So it's not like, in the beginning, when I first got on council, we had one of those things once in a blue moon, and now we're having them all the time. So it is something to consider at this point.
Right, and I think it would depend, and please feel free to disagree with me, but I think it would depend on the topics. If it's, we have several items that need to be discussed during an executive session, we could either do the executive session as a special call meeting, or we obviously wouldn't put as many topics on that committee meeting or on that agenda to be discussed. Because now we would have 2 meetings a month to spread things out.
Yeah, I'd almost be in favor of calling a special meeting for executive sessions, unless we knew up front this is only going to take 10 minutes or something like that.
Like an update.
But if it's one of those ones where we're going to have a fairly lengthy presentation and some robust discussion, we should probably call a special meeting for that. That way we can do a good job.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just thinking that, for 85% of the meetings, we should be able to knock them out twice a month and get it done and have those be the exception to the rule instead of 3 meetings a month. What used to be 4 meetings a month, we used to have 2 committee meetings a month, be the norm. But Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, I think I do support it, and I want to be very distinct, and these are 2 separate meetings. The idea of a executive session special call, I like that because they're not as common, that we've had several and with, multiple things that have occurred. I think it is a bit unusual in my, little over a year on the council. But for me, and also having a professional career, as most of us do, I think it does make us available for that part of our lives as well, having some of these Mondays available.
Questions or comments from council? Anyone from the audience want to speak to this item? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Right here, Ehrlichman, 7510 Garnett Street. At least I'll be home in bed. You guys are going to still be in executive session. Yes. There was another item on this proposed revision of policy statement 7, which was not getting the publicity up there on the monitor. And that was a proposal to finally make it official to move business from the floor all the way down to the end of the meeting. And if we remember a couple of times in the past few months, I've gotten up here and spoke about how wrong I thought that was. I'll try and make it within my 5 minutes allotted time, probably less. It's going to be very simple. Various items of correspondence the past couple of months indicated to me that there were, quote, 2 reasons basically for moving it towards the end of the evening. One of them had to do with wasn't going to be right for staff. Staff put in a lot of time on some of these other things. The emails are there. And the other thing was that sometimes business from the floor, people took advantage and spoke too long. Too much time was taken up. Well, I'm going to take the first one first and the second one second. The city council, the governing body, the council members, the mayor were elected to represent the citizens, not to represent the staff. The citizens should speak first. That's very simply put, very simply said. And I think that the council needs to make themselves aware of that, who they are responsible to. That takes care of that part of it. Trying to keep it within the 5 minutes. The second part, business from the floor sometimes dragging on and on and on and taking up too much time. We saw evidence of that about a month ago with the Shawnee Storm thing. Over the years, I have very seldom seen business from the floor actually drag on and on and on and on. Very few times. And what happened about a month ago could give credence to the fact of it goes on and on and on. Except I have some personal opinions about that. I sat in the audience. I saw the expression on a particular person's face on the dais of the cat eating the canary. And I think that that was a put-up job. That's my opinion. I'm going to stick with it. That long process, that long program that was put on that night could have been accomplished just as well with less people speaking in less time, because it became very redundant, over and over and over, the same thing being said. And that was one of the reasons why way back, Councilmember Jenkins had proposed the Citizens Involvement Group or Citizens Interest Group, so that there would be very little redundancy and have one person speak on behalf of everybody else and take a maximum of a half hour instead of an hour and 45 minutes. And that situation could have been accomplished using the Citizens Interest Group. So I just don't feel that business from the floor should be shoved down to the end of the meeting. And I think if you allow that provision to stand, because this is just a draft, and from what I see there, it says staff is looking for direction. I think the direction should be to move that particular item back to where it normally was or used to be. Less than 5 minutes? Did good.
Yep.
Thank you.
You've got it down to the second. As far as the order, as to clarify for the council, once again, it said that these were the items that would be on the agenda. It never said what the order was. When I was mayor, I moved business from the floor up to the front. I have since moved it back down to the top. Never, ever, ever, and I will clarify yet again, because it's in all of the minutes, it's in every email I have ever written, that staff is more important, that staff takes precedent. What I said was that we have a published agenda for 68,000 residents, and residents that want to come to speak on the topics that are on the agenda are then forced to wait if there is a group that shows up, business from the floor, for an hour and 45 minutes like we had. They don't, and we can't take any action on any item that's from business from the floor. So that's for informational purposes for the council. So what we can and need to take action on, what we are elected to do, are these things on the agenda that we're supposed to be doing to take care of the city. These are the things that people show up to speak on, to give us their opinion on. And at this time, I don't feel that they should be the ones that have to wait the hour and 45 minutes for something that can't be taken action on, for a published agenda of what is expected for us to take action on. That is what is said. That is what has been said consistently, and that is what will continue to be said. So that being said, I don't see any other comments. Yes, Councilmember Kimley.
Yeah, thanks. So most of this presentation was on the change of the committee meetings, and I'm all for putting them on the same day. I would like to do that. However, the revision to PS7 that I'm not super in favor of is when we added the list of do's and don'ts. I'm not saying I disagree with any of them, but to me, I'm not sure that really belongs in our policy statement. I mean, remain open and transparent. Are we going to enforce that? How do we know if someone's open and transparent? I feel like these are good guidelines. I don't think they belong in PS7. Thank you.
I could agree with that. I could see that. Are there any other items?
Just one
Yep,
comment
Councilmember Jenkins.
on this placement of the business on the floor and where it should be. You know, I would like to have it moved up the agenda, but I don't want to have an hour and 45-minute thing going on. So how do you address that? Is there a way to address it specifically where, you know, the business from the floor is not to flesh out a full concept. It's to introduce a thought. At least that's my impression. That could have been introduced in 5 minutes, that, hey, we would like you guys to support us or whatever, and here's a quick rundown of what we would like from you. That could have been done without all the support people getting up and droning on and on and on about, yeah, I endorse that, or I'm in favor of that, and I back you up, and all this. We just listened to that for over, an hour and 45 minutes, and that was just a waste of time for everybody. Just as a show of force is what that was. Well, I don't think we should make ourselves successful to this show of force. I don't care if it's some community organization or some recent movement out there, political movement or whatever that wants to come in and monopolize the city council chambers. I don't think we have to accept that. Hey, get up, make your statement. You got 5 minutes. Tell us what you're wanting to propose. And if it's something that sounds like it's something good, then maybe we got to put it on the agenda for the next meeting or whatever. And then it shows up as an agenda item. But just introducing a thought that, hey guys, I'd like your attention on this. I'd like you to support this new idea I've got or something. That shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. So I think we have the capability of limiting introduction of business from the floor to 5 minutes, and that on any subject.
But you could still have 50 people that show up with
Sure,
different subjects.
That's fine. And they can say, I'd like everybody that's here supporting what I'm talking about to raise their hand.
No, but I mean,
Okay,
we could
whatever.
have several individual subjects and
That is not a discussion. The council committee meeting is not a discussion meeting. Okay, and that's stated up front.
right.
So why are we messing with this? We're not in discussion, guys. You want to introduce an idea, good for you. Okay, we'll listen to your idea. And if the council deems that's a worthy idea that maybe we need to further explore, then it goes on the agenda. And then you bring your cast of thousands or whatever, and let's go for it. But that shouldn't be an improv kind of thing for business from the floor.
Yeah,
That's my
and
opinion.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
And
at all,
if we
Councilman.
limited it in that way, we could do that earlier, and people that came in with an idea they want to share with the council would have an opportunity to do that. And
Yeah, I just don't know how constitutionally and stuff we were able to limit that. And I don't want, and like I said, I am not disagreeing with you. And I don't want people to think they can only show up twice a month for business from the floor. And like I said, because we have phones, we have emails, we have the internet. This was in my inbox tonight of people that mail me personal letters, and I handwrite them letters back. So, I mean, people have a way to get a hold of us. So I don't want them to wait until just now, but I don't know how, I mean, we would have to investigate further how I could legally tell somebody they don't have the right.
of course you can do it legally. You don't even have to allow business from the floor.
Yeah,
We
I
do
mean,
that as a
don't have to
community because
allow-
we're reaching out and we give our citizens a mechanism to come and address the council, but that doesn't mean carte blanche. Just, come in here and say, I'm all about homeless. We're going to have 50 homeless people come up one after the other and talk about how we ought to be doing things for the homeless. That's not what you do in a council committee meeting. Now, if somebody wants to come up and say, business from the floor, I think we ought to be looking into the homeless situation or whatever the subject matter is, and they give a little brief statement on that, and we go, okay, maybe we ought to be doing something about that, and we make a decision whether we want to put that on our agenda for the next meeting. So I think we can control that. I defer to Ellis. I mean, that's fine if he wants to do a legal opinion on it, but I don't see why you can't limit it any way you want. You're the chair.
No.
You're the mayor.
Councilmember Zimmerman and Councilmember Larson Manel.
Yeah, this is just a real quick process check. We were talking about the committee meetings and the council meetings. Can we take care of that, vote on that, and then get on with, we got diluted here. Sidetracked.
Councilmember Larson Manel.
Were you making a motion, Councilmember Zimmerman?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion.
Second? Or,
Yeah, so the motion is, I think we've got two options here on the agenda that was sent out. And I believe what we're all agreeing on, what we're drifting towards is that we do it on the same night, but we have two distinct separate meetings. And I believe that is, I believe that's option 2.
And it starts at 6.
Correct.
second, option 2.
Okay, a motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. So then do we want further discussion of the control of the meetings or no? What?
I'd say, that was really kind of the main point for us to kind of decide on this committee issue. Then just depending on council direction, happy to kind of walk through this document this evening. Councilmember Kimbling and some others have made some comments on the rest of the proposed changes. So happy to walk through that this evening, or we can have that discussion another night as well. I know time was a concern, so I don't want you to end up all going too late. So.
It's getting late and we still have an executive meeting. If we could maybe push it off, because honestly, there's a couple other things that I'd be interested in talking about in regards to policy number 7 as well. If we're going to have the whole broader conversation, then let's do it on another night would be my hope.
I concur.
I would just request if there's anything specific that maybe we didn't cover or just some other
Yes.
issues in that document, would ask you just to shoot me a note so we can kind of look at, or we can talk, you can mention them tonight either way, but just things if that you want us to kind of take a look at as far as other revisions or other things to consider, just feel free to send me a note. We can start putting that together. as well.
The main one I have, honestly, is that to have the city manager and the attorney sit in the well. And that's no disrespect to you guys at all. It's literally out of respect. I like to be able to see your body language and fully hear from you. And I think it makes it hard when you're up here. But again, I think we should leave this conversation for another night. So I'll email you that. Thank you.
Okay, next item is business from the floor. Any business from the floor? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
I'm Marlene Schroeder, living at 4720 Black Swan Drive in Shawnee. We have had an incident to where there is blasting behind the area of Black Swan. I have damage from the people that did the blasting. Now, he came over, looked at it and said, oh, that's not possible because I have I forget how you pronounce it, seismometer. And we're doing it so that this should not happen. However, I know approximately how much damage I have in my home, and it's a lot. They gave us no idea that they were even going to do the blasting. There were a few that live on the backside that were told about it. Other than that, Black Swan knew nothing about it. The first blast was so tremendous that my grandson thought a tree had fallen on our house. The second one, I had a plant in my living room and it just went back and forth. So I got up and caught it so it wouldn't go to the floor. And yet we live on bedrock. So they're trying to say that the blasting did not do any damage to our homes. Now, if you read all the comments from Black Swan people, there are a lot of people that heard the blast, felt the blast, their house shook, etc. I was told initially that the council authorized it. Then I was told that the fire department authorized it. So I'm not sure who authorized it because the guy that did the blasting came out to my house to look at my damage. He said that the fire department was the one. However, when I talked with Corey, he said, no, it wasn't him. So I don't know who really authorized it. But I would like the council, I guess, to know about things that are going on in Shawnee.
What do you know the date of the blasting?
The first one was on the 14th of July. Then the second one was on the 22nd. And tomorrow there's going to be the fourth one. The third one was not that bad, but tomorrow there's going to be another blasting.
Do you know what time by chance?
They're usually around noon.
I asked Mayor,
You know who's doing it? You talked to them?
Oh yeah, I have talked to him. He came to my house.
Who is this? Nappin for the record.
What are we doing there?
Oh, I guess we haven't.
Sam Larson, Police Chief. I'm not sure if that's in Shawnee or not. I've been in conversation with Chief Potter. That is obviously the border of Wyandotte County. Usually when we blast, police department's notified when they have the blasting on sites. We know about it. We have not been notified of this at all. Wouldn't be surprised if Potentially it's occurring in KCK, not on the Shawnee side, but we're.
This lady also would like to speak. She's on the back side where all the blasting is, right behind her house. So
I would like to assure this, our citizen here, that this council did not approve blasting. We've not had any discussion or awareness, to my knowledge, of any blasting that was to go on.
And that was Councilmember Thomas for the record.
No, sorry.
The people taking the minutes like to.
I called the council people to find out who our council people were and what their phone numbers were. So I have talked with Tammy. Now, the way I understood Tammy, she also felt one of the blasts.
Sure did.
So,
Somebody was
and
breaking
she
in the
lives
house.
quite a ways out from what I understood.
You can please state your name and address.
Yes, Brenda Whitaker, 4872 Black Swan Drive. I'm on the west side. So the last blast was 200 feet behind my house. And it shook from the foundation to the rafters like an earthquake. I got on next door, and the people in Quivira Highlands thought it was an earthquake. There were people on, is it about a half mile from my house to county line?
Yeah.
People all over our neighborhood thought it was an earthquake. We have a Facebook page, and they're all talking about it. So some of us were notified because we're so close. They came and photographed my foundation. We knew we had one crack. We have a dry basement system, but the guy was really trying to convince me that there were very minimal chances that anything could happen. When the neighborhood north of us was built, they did some blasting about 15 years ago, and it was nothing like this. And we still had some foundation damage with a couple of our neighbors who were adjacent to that. So we're just really worried that a year or two from now, we're going to have flooded basements again. And I gave Marlene the names of all the people involved, the blasting company. And when she talked to him, he said, well, there's no way you could feel it over here. Well, we know that our whole neighborhood felt it. And it was felt in neighborhoods all around us. And when I looked out 200 feet from my house, there was no seismograph. That's supposed to be on a tripod. And if they're blasting that close to your house, they're supposed to put it up near your house. There was nothing there. So I don't know if they're just making up the numbers or what, but it just really seems extreme. And you may hear from other people about this.
Mayor, Chief Potter would like to make a comment. He's on.
Yes, please go ahead.
Mayor, good evening. This is Chief Potter. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So we are aware of this. I have spoken to Deputy Chief Sands on this specific situation. We do have copies of the seismograph info, and they are well under the 1 foot per second requirement that's mandated. When we have a request for a blasting permit, those do go through the fire department. And we also send our fire prevention officers out to witness the blasts. When Deputy Chief Sands was contacted on that, he was the one that asked for the blaster to go out and look at the damage on that. So we are aware of this situation, and they have been in compliance with their permitting. If there's other specific things that we need to follow up on that, we'd be more than willing and glad to do that. But we are watching and monitoring this situation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So they will investigate further and.
Yeah,
see if
we'll make sure that we get your information and follow up with you and make sure that you have that data and make sure that we have the right contact, as well as you having the right contact for the contractor, as well as city staff, so we can follow up with you.
Okay. We can't see any damage in the basement. We have a finished basement. So I just fear that down the road, we're going to have some damage. It's like a solid shelf of rock all throughout our area.
Most of Shawnee,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Just
And
making you aware.
yeah,
Thank you.
yep. And we will look into it. Yeah, Councilmember Thomas?
Oh, they're blasting rock to build, to put utilities in because it's solid rock. They're gonna build a road and then the utilities. So when the houses get built, they're gonna have to chip away at that rock too. There's gonna be 30 houses.
Yeah, this, I believe this is the estates of Timber Springs.
Yes,
that
it is.
Expansion of that residential area.
Yeah.
We did have issues, another situation that was outside the city of Shawnee that was being felt in Shawnee, but that does not appear to be the issue with this.
Mayor, this is Chief Potter.
Yes.
So, and also, I don't remember whether I said it or not, but residents who are within a 500-foot radius of the planned blasting, that's the requirement radius for notifying all the residents in that area. If they're outside of that area, they probably would not be notified. So if there's someone who lives outside of that 500-foot radius, that might be why they weren't notified. But the residents within that 500-foot radius would be notified.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was notified.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next item on the agenda is miscellaneous items. Item number 1 is to ratify semi-monthly claims for July 26, 2021 in the amount of $2,787,929.23. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Anyone from the audience like to speak to this item? I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Miscellaneous council items. Does anyone have an item that they would like to discuss? Seeing none. Item number 3 is to recess to executive session for maximum 1 hour. I don't think it is going to take that long at all to discuss personnel matters of non-elected officials in accordance with KSA 754319B1 for the purpose of protecting the confidentiality of those communications. At the conclusion of the executive session, the meeting will reconvene in the city council chambers. I'll accept a motion.
Move to recess to executive session for 1 hour or less.
Second.
Motion has been made, seconded on this,
Who do you want back in the executive session?
the city attorney and the council.
Water.
Motion has been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Oh, you can have it. I'll pick some up, but thank you. It's
It's a flat rate, 24/7.
No, I felt a blast, but it could have been from the. On Tuesday, I forget what, not this past Tuesday. This woman called me.
Yeah.
Gonna get too comfy. I'm gonna leave my, what's this thing called? The homesteader pack. I'm gonna leave my homesteader right on my shoulder.
Next action is to conclude the executive session. I'll accept a
I
motion.
move that we
Conclude
conclude
the
the executive session.
Second. Motion's been made, seconded on this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Move that we
Opposed, nay.
reconvene the meeting.
Motion passes. Motion's been made and seconded to reconvene the
Aye.
meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. If there are no other items, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We